I am not a conspiracy theory guy, and I'm going to give you a conspiracy theory.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Not a conspiracy. Like I said, 1250, we'll get to that. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. I think this would be another test of our general manager. There are some people he has drafted on this team that need to be pieces to make the team better, and he's put aside these drafted players for a reason. They're my guys. Everyone except Cade and Thompson should be available for trades, should be available, and maybe, and then the text ended. I don't know what was supposed to be next. I think it is a huge test for Trajan. And yeah, the return on his draft picks, is Chaz Lanier going to be a player?
No idea.
Nope.
Judging by his lack of playing time.
Is Ron Holland? What's Ron Holland going to be? Sorry, I cut you off on the Chaz Lanier.
Well, I was with Chaz. I doubt he's anything more than, maybe a rotational guy. I certainly don't think there's starting caliber there because he barely saw the court. And that's the entire season. I have higher hopes for Ron Holland. He's only missed 12 games in his first 2 years in the league, but was hardly used in the playoffs. I think that might be a mistake, but it's something that I would imagine there's a lot left there, still more potential. Certainly to be a defensive stalwart because he looks great on defense. Can he develop an offensive game? He knocked down a 3-pointer last night. It was, junk time, but I'd like to see him get more playing time.
Guys, don't forget Marcus Sasser had a hip impingement, needs surgery at some point, 6 months recovery. I actually just had this surgery last week. That's from Brett in Toledo. Good luck in your recovery. Steve in Detroit says, champ of the week, the Pistons organization. 2 years ago, 14 wins. Last year made the playoffs and took the number 1 seed to 7 games. This year, took the number 1 seed and took 2 good playoff teams to 7 games. Well, the Knicks weren't the number 1 seed last year, were they? They weren't. And it didn't go 7 games. It went 6, but minor details. Chump of the week, yesterday's Piston fans. There were no energy in the stands. The Cleveland fans outside our fans. That has to change. I do want to talk about that, and we'll get to it at 105. I'm not sure what to make of what happened yesterday, but...
Well, I would just say this. It's hard to show any kind of energy as a fan when your team isn't.
Well, that's a great point. The only problem with you guys workshopping is whether you know it or not, you are on the clock with Cade. He is entering his prime. You can't waste it. I don't feel like the clock's ticking on Cade much at all.
No, you got what's the window? 7, 8 years?
Yeah. He's 24, man.
No, but I think what you know is, though, that this guy is a stud, man. He's the face of the franchise. He's a leader. He's a closer. He can be great in this league. Help the man out. I think
everybody agrees with that.
Yeah, but I think they won 60 games, though, and then they let it play out in the playoffs, right? And now that we've seen it play out, though, now you can really kind of do something this offseason because as much criticism I have for Bickerstaff and some of the rotations and, just strategy-wise, X's and O's, I really think he squeezed as much juice as you could out of this lemon. This roster has Paul Reed, Javonte Green, Jenkins, old Tobias Harris. Duncan Robinson's probably better at coming off the bench, to be honest with you, than starting on a real strong playoff team. But they did it, right? And they got to the second round and they got to Game 7. Cade, you got to help him out, man. And I just don't know where Langdon's mindset is right now compared to what it was last offseason. I just don't want to go to waste either.
248-539-9797. All right. So, Gator, you probably weren't aware of some of the commentary from Stan Van Gundy during the game?
None of it.
Do you remember when Schroeder got hit and went down with the sniper shot, collapsed when Duncan hit him?
In game...
This past game, the first half. It happened in the second quarter.
Yes, I do.
Quote from Stan Van Gundy. That's a good foul call, but come on, when he saw Schroeder the way he went down.
Yeah.
Later, when Harden fouled Jenkins, when Jenkins touched Harden's arm and Harden threw his head back.
Yeah.
That's a flop and an exaggeration. Sam Merrill kicked his legs into Sasser, and had to cover his mouth because he was laughing because he knew he got away with one, made the shot and got a 4-point play. SVG later said when Duran and Allen went after a loose ball and they called a jump ball as they were going out of bounds at
when Allen threw Duran to the ground.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a foul. I don't know why they called that a jump ball. These are all comments from Stan Van Gundy.
I agree with him so far.
In the second half, he said the following. This is one of the best officiated games that he has seen.
Well, in fairness, here's the thing, right? Was it a foul when Duncan Robinson fouled Schroeder?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
it's
but
a
he
foul.
exaggerated.
Well, fine, but you're not gonna penalize the guy for exaggerating because that's not in the books. What you can do is call a foul. It was the foul. Same thing with Harden. You could argue, you say, well, it was a weak foul, but it was a foul that Harden embellished 100%.
Well, I don't know if it was a foul at all. That doesn't get called all the time. The head flop.
But it gets called from time to time, just like it would get called. I thought it was a foul that Allen, certainly the push-off at the end, I think could have been a technical foul, at least a free throw for the Pistons. But should that have been a jump ball? I can see why it was called that. All these things, you can say that the game's well officiated. I don't agree with, the embellishment. It's unnecessary. And if you're not embellishing it, are those still going to be called fouls? That's the question where you have, okay, now wait a minute. Are you only calling it because he's throwing his head back?
Gator, you're wrong. Here's what happened.
Okay.
I think the NBA called Van Gundy at halftime and told him to cool it.
Well, that may have happened.
That's my conspiracy theory. Is they called him and told him to cool it. Because he was given, in the second quarter alone, those were 4 examples. And then the third quarter, he called it one of the best officiated games he's seen.
So he started fluffing it up a little bit.
I think he got a call. I'm forwarding a conspiracy theory, Scott. For the first time in show history.
I won't argue with you.
That's my conspiracy theory.
I'll stop arguing.
Kang, you on board with this?
I'm on board with you having more conspiracy theories. So just because of that reason alone, welcome aboard, Doug. Because the old Doug would be like, no one's calling anybody. Come on, that's ridiculous.
I think the league called up Van Gundy and said, you need please chill on the officiating. And he complied. 248-539-9797. All right, let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Paul next on 97.1. Hello, Paul.
Hey, guys. Great show. Love listening to you. I got a couple unrestricted free agents that I thought would be a good fit for the Pistons. One is from the Hawks, CJ McCollum, and then 2 is a younger guy, Ayo Dosunmu from the Timberwolves. What's your guys' thoughts on those 2 guys?
Love Dosunmu. What a great trade they made getting him. And he is a free agent.
Yes.
Yeah, love Ayo Dosunmu.
Yeah, and I also think CJ just brings some veteran leadership, and he's almost over 40% three-point shooter for his career. So
not bad. How old is he?
Leadership, like great shooting.
CJ McCollum. He's 30-something. 36?
34.
34. Okay.
34 and a half.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate CJ McCollum either. I love the sumo.
Yeah, I think the sumo will be some great. Bring up the ball for Cade, get him off the ball, and create his own shots, give you 15 points a night, some assists, and good rebounder.
He's a high percentage three-point shooter. A lot to like.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Paul. 248-539-9797. Mo in Rochester. What's up, Mo?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Great show.
Thank you.
Great show. Hey, NBA Finals starts tonight, fellas. The consolation finals start on Tuesday. Just talking about the Pistons, we've got 2 players, right? So I say we got to start from scratch. Let's start building. If we can sign Duran for cheap, that'd be great. And somebody tell Thompson to watch Dennis Rodman tape. Don't shoot the ball. Rebound, do layups, dunks, play great D. My golly, we got him shooting threes. How many air balls did we have last night?
I think he only took, I thought I read that he didn't shoot that many threes. He did shoot an air ball, but he didn't shoot that many threes. I'd like to see him develop that game.
He was 1 for 2. Nailed one and airballed the other.
It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1.
Brought to you by M&M Garage Doors. Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers made their reunion official today as the 42-year-old quarterback inked a one-year, $25 million deal to reunite with his former coach in Green Bay and Mike McCarthy. McCarthy and Rodgers won a Super Bowl together as the Packers head coach and signal caller back in 2011. Rodgers threw for 3,300 yards and 24 touchdowns with only 7 interceptions last year. The Lions are getting ready for OTAs next week, and one defensive back is finding motivation on Twitter after a fan raised concerns about Brian Branch's rehab from an Achilles tear last year. Branch himself reposted the tweet, seemingly mocking it and signifying that he is using it as motivation to come back with a strong year next season. Branch tore his Achilles Week 14 against Dallas last year. The Pistons' offseason decisions are right around the corner as the NBA draft takes place June 23rd, followed by the opening of free agency league-wide on June 30th. Detroit will have to make decisions on key pieces heading into next year, including Jalen Duren, Tobias Harris, Isaiah Stewart, Ron Holland, and Kevin Huerter. And the Tigers are getting ready to host the first-place Guardians for 4 4 games at Comerica Park this week. Cleveland is 26-22 this year and has won 5 of its last 6 games. They join the White Sox as the only teams above 500 in the AL Central so far this year. The Tigers remain 5.5 games back at 20-27 with losses in 6 of their last 7 series. Framber Valdez throws the first pitch at 6:40 tonight. Pre-game here on 97.1 will start at 6:15. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay. So I always say fans can make their own decisions and do whatever they want with their time, their money, their what you say when you buy a ticket, who you cheer for, who you boo. I'm not a big boo guy. Usually when I buy a ticket, I'm not a big secondary market guy. I don't sell tickets, blah, blah, blah. The Cleveland Cavaliers organization brought in 25 buses of fans. And their presence was felt in Game 7. Fans' presence. Am I to understand correctly this was all paid for by the Cavs organization?
That's the way I understood it.
I'm not sure how to feel about this. And I'm not saying what I mean by that is this doesn't feel like a typical takeover. When an organization is going to foot the bill to take over another NBA team's building, if they're going to pay for it and they're willing to pay for it and meet the prices that Piston fans set on the secondary market, I'm not really sure how to feel about that, to be honest with you. I kind of feel like I'm not sure NBA organizations should be doing this to one another because it just allows the rich owner to take over another rich owner's building, and it kind of takes away the authenticity of the secondary market that a fan base that wants to sell their tickets. It's okay to want to sell your tickets. You purchased the right to do with your tickets what you want. But even if you were trying to make sure that your tickets were only sold to Piston fans, does the owner of the other team have a local address?
Well,
that might make it a bit confusing.
Yeah.
Whether or not there should be rules or anything like this, I don't know. But this whole thing something feels really weird about this to me. And maybe I just am taking it too seriously, but is there something? Do you get where I'm coming from?
No, not really.
Okay.
I think you might be weird about this because I think because didn't Gores do the same thing? Didn't he buy tickets to Game 6 in Cleveland? Did he bust some people down for that game?
Did he?
That's what Blaha was saying in the broadcast
25 buses?
I didn't say 25 buses.
Enough.
I said he was busting some people down there. That's what Blaha was saying in the broadcast last night.
I don't know if I like this.
Well, I don't. You can feel how you want to feel about it. That's fine. Nobody's going to argue with that. I'm just saying I don't mind when a team owner wants to send the fan base, take him on the road. I think it's pretty cool. The difference with Dan Gilbert is that he does have the local ties. He does have all the local businesses downtown. So were all these people really busted? Did they really have 25 busloads of people brought in? Or were some of these people just local employees of the Rocket Industries here?
Greg Hargrave this morning called them paid protesters.
Right. Well, yeah, exactly. But, whatever the case is, I think if it's your team that's doing it, you love it. Did they overtake the game? No, they were vocal. You could hear them. You knew they were there for sure, but they're outnumbered, at least 10-1. But when the game gets out of hand and you're in the third quarter and the crowd is like, yeah, I don't want to stick around and watch this anymore, then they get louder because they're staying and Piston fans are leaving. And then when you get halfway through the fourth quarter and you've got a crowd of, I don't know how many were there because I was already on the road, but let's say that you had 10,000 people there and you've got 1,000 to 2,000 Cleveland fans, it becomes really loud.
If you're an NBA owner, do you want another owner buying up your tickets,
Of course not.
and paying for your fans and paying for their fans to be there.
No.
Yeah. The whole thing feels weird to me, and I guess, and I'm not mad about it. There's something about this that strikes me as a little bit of a dirty move, but whatever. I'm probably just being weird about it. Kang, do you get where I'm coming from?
I do get where you're coming from. I mean, on one hand, listen, because I'm going to be hypocritical because it's another team doing it. I don't like it, right? But if it was our way, the other way around, it'd be cool. But the thing is, when the Lions fans do their takeovers at stadiums, it's organic.
It's authentic.
Yeah, it's organic, authentic. They paid for it out of their own pockets. Now, it would be really cool if the Lions paid for their stuff because that stuff is expensive, but they don't. So that's what makes it seem like, I don't know, use the word better, but just more organic, right?
Yep.
Nothing wrong with what Gilbert did. Obviously, he can do it, and he did it.
It's not against the rules. I'm not implying
of course
that.
not. Yeah, I know you're not, but yeah, I mean, free tickets, and by the way, decent tickets. They weren't in the up in the top.
Behind the Cleveland
Yes,
bench.
they're like great tickets, and I guess apparently food was included as well, and they got swag and everything. I mean, that's really cool for him to do, and I think he's at the point where like, hey, I'm going to do whatever I want to do and I'm going to give us some kind of, not necessarily advantage, but just going to help offset the advantage the other team has any way possible. And then once the game gets out of hand, it's like, it's easy for them to hear more Cavs fans than Pistons fans for sure. But I understand what you're feeling, Doug.
Yeah, there's nothing against the rules
Nope.
or anything like that. This just feels to me like something that the NBA might tell their owners not to do.
You think?
I think it might. Now, with that said, I don't think we should be mad at fans that want to sell tickets. It's like in this day and age, this is disposable income. And if you decide for a game 7, I can recoup all the money I spent in the postseason by just selling this game. People have financial needs, and it just might be too good of an offer to pass up. And I know people get frustrated. I can't believe the fans sold their tickets to Cleveland fans or whatever, but you make the purchase, you make the investment, and then it turns out to be an incredibly valuable commodity. I mean, that's kind of the American way, right?
Well, we love to talk during the Lions season about Lions fans that are heading out on the road to watch the Lions play. And we've seen amazing takeovers where it's not just, 500 people or whatever. It's thousands of people that go elsewhere. How much would we love it even more if we found out that Sheila Hamp said, you know what, I'm going to pick up the tab for all those fans?
Yeah, I mean, it's a cool gesture without a doubt, okay, for that fan base. But as Kang said, when the Lions have done it, and when the Red Wings have done it, and it's happened to us before with like the Blue Jays fans this weekend, actually, their presence was felt.
Yeah, they're always
those organic takeovers where the fans are just doing it on their own, that's pretty freaking cool itself. Now,
tough to do when it comes to a playoff game. Probably
every fan under the sun would say, well, I'd even rather do it when it's paid for by the owner.
Yeah, the issue that, and it's my own issue. I'm not going to say it's right or wrong for everybody else to do this. You do what you want if you have your tickets. I'm not in the business to buy a ticket only to sell the ticket.
I'm not either. I never have been. But I respect the right to do it.
Yeah, you can do what you want with it, but if you do that, then you don't really have the right to complain about it when it goes to somebody who's going to wear a Cleveland Cavalier jersey.
Yeah, I think I'm doing a poor job of articulating my feelings about this one. Other than it just something feels weird about it to me when it's okay. They didn't break any rules, but something about an owner doing it, awesome gesture for his fan base. I'm not sure that the rest of the owners would be down with this, but
I'm sure the owners aren't.
Yeah.
Why would the owners don't want somebody to organize it and buy up all those seats and bring their fans, and they don't want that to happen for a couple reasons. A, you're bringing in the infiltrators, and 2, it makes you look bad as an owner that you let some other owner go ahead and buy the tickets. And then why aren't you doing that for your team? And even if you do, you're not. Are you doing it at the same level that they are?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's crying about spilt milk to an extent.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't know if I'm doing a great job articulating it. I feel like somebody, if there's anybody out there that has a better way to put it, or maybe I'm on an island with this one, although Ken kind of agrees that there's something weird about it. 248-539-9797. Get your championship votes in. It's Carson Anderson. Pistons lose in a extraordinarily disappointing, one of the most ungratifying and unfulfilling games in the history of Detroit sports. On Sunday, 97-1. Hey, weekend just wrapped up, but still great places to watch games around Metro Detroit. It's called Twin Peaks. Restaurant experience has really taken nosedives lately. Service missing the mark, and Twin Peaks, they've upped their game. Starts with their culture, employees that believe in the brand and just flat out produce a better product. Begins early with the cooks coming in at 7 a.m. every day to prep those dynamite dishes you crave. And then, of course, there's the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. Takes extensive training to get on the floor, and once they do, they deliver an experience no guest can live without. From food and beverage recommendations, just cheering you up when you had a bad day, no one does it better. And then there's the sports, the wall-to-wall TV, some as big as 98 inches that bring you all the action that you crave. There's the basketball and hockey playoffs, baseball season in full swing. And don't be afraid to stop in if you're not all about sports. The food, the menu is outstanding. Gator and I can vouch for that. And then there's the bar. They got the coldest draft beer you've ever had, poured at an ice-cold 29 degrees. They boast exquisite craft cocktails featuring a wide variety of tequilas and bourbons. You got to check it out for yourself. It's Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson. From Ron, absolute BS. Never heard of this non-organic takeover nonsense. Owners buying out locals to create a different environment is lame. Why should teams bother playing for home court advantage if your owner can just and will buy out any away stadium? That's just one That's just one PF many practical disadvantages of allowing this to occur.
Well, don't sell your tickets.
Yeah, I don't like a world where people who, I'm not here defending the scalper, right? And of course they have the right to do what they're going to do. I'm here to defend the individual ticket owner that says, okay, I can use this money. And I think that if you invest in it and it turns out to be a hot commodity, you should have the right to sell it. Now, again, that doesn't account for scalpers, but Chris in a truck. Money is money to these owners. I really don't believe that the owners care where the money comes from. I would bet Tom Gores probably didn't like that. Do you think Tom Gores would hate what happened yesterday?
Well, he was there.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he didn't like seeing all the Cav fans. But again, he did the same thing.
Yeah. Do we know how many buses he sent? It might be irrelevant, but do we? I didn't see a count on that. Next text. Due to geofencing last year, I bought a ton of tickets and sold them to Knick fans and made a ton of money. It's from an unnamed texter. File this right next to the league calling SVG and telling them to cool it with the refs. You're being weird about it, Doug. That's from an unnamed texter. David Clarkston, owners buying tickets is the foul hunting of ticket purchases. That's funny. Well, I think people, I'm not mad at the fans. I'm not mad at the fans who sold their tickets. I'm not mad at the fans from Cleveland that took the freebies. Just be intrigued to see if anything comes out of this. And what I mean by that is if the league goes, I'm not sure we like this. Bennett Auburn Hills, no, they should definitely make a rule now, just like the one where you're not allowed to send people to other teams' practices and record it with spy glasses. From an unnamed texter, I agree it feels a little weird for Dan Gilbert to bus in fans, maybe because he's so synonymous with Detroit. Feels like a betrayal, even though technically there's nothing wrong with it. Next text, an owner being able to buy such a large stock of another owner's crowd feels inherently shady and feels like a cheap way to circumvent home court advantage. Imagine playing a championship game at home and the billionaire owner from the other side replaces your home crowd.
Yep.
And I mean,
they can't buy the tickets if they're not for sale.
There's a vulnerability once you put your tickets up for sale that you might sell them to a fan base you don't want to sell them to. Regarding the game, John in Lake Orion says, am I disappointed the Pistons lost? Angry? Anxious? Yes, to all the above. But I felt this way in the early 80s with the pre-Bad Boys. Well, I suppose that's what we all hope this is, right? I mean, the Bad Boys under Jack McCloskey did whatever it took, got the job done, won an NBA. The going to work Pistons under Joe Dumars climbed the ladder, made key moves, eventually made the massive move that put him over the top of Rashid, won the NBA. Trajan Langdon, it's your turn. Yeah, it's his turn to make whatever moves necessary to keep moving up. Because I'll tell you this, next year, if they're not in the conference finals or better, then you're going to see, then you're staying even, and you want to be better next year.
Well, and Langdon's going to have to build his team. Jack McCloskey drafted Isaiah Thomas, which started the ball rolling, and then did all the other moves which followed, like getting Bill Laimbeer here, getting Chuck Daly here, and then the other draft picks and everything else they did. Joe Dumars built that team organically. His pick of Tayshaun Prince was the only draft pick there. Everything else was players acquired through free agency and trade.
Mm-hmm. So
here's Trajan Langdon, and he takes over a team that already has Cade Cunningham, that already had Jalen Duren. Was Asar Thompson his draft pick or no? I don't think he was. So his draft pick starts with
Ron Holland.
With Ron Holland. So everything else is, something else. But he had to add players to this mix over the last couple of years, which he has, but he hasn't really got his full stamp on it with his guy, with the big free agent guy, or the big trade move that they made, or the top. I mean, Holland was a top pick, but maybe not in the deepest of drafts. So he still has a ways to go. He's going to have to do it a different way.
Next text. I think we overused Duren at the end of the season when Cunningham was injured. He just didn't have his ups or his pop, and I think that's the big issue. He's only 22. He's never played that many intense minutes. Managing that is the only thing that needs to change. We've seen his hop, make sure he has it for the playoffs, and now you don't have to max him.
Talking about Cade?
Talking about Duren.
Okay.
Yep. So I want to piggyback off this because there's something that really scares me, and that is the following. As successful as the Detroit Pistons were, is the lesson learned here that they need to have a load management program that's way more prominent next year during the regular season? And do they need to up their foul baiting? Some of the feedback and conclusions that can be drawn is that two things that fans hate the most, there is reward in that. And that the Pistons might have to become a team that's more focused on load management during the regular season and sitting healthy players to keep them fresh for the postseason. And that the Pistons are going to need to foul bait. Because as that game went on and this series went on, there were multiple occasions where Detroit took shots and the players made a grave mistake of simply landing on their feet as opposed to flailing their bodies onto the floor. And the feedback that the organization gets here is that tell them that there's reward in these two things that people love about the Pistons. Is it a hill you die on? No, we're not going to load manage, and we're not going to foul bait.
I was surprised last night watching the game. There were a number of times where Cade was clearly knocked off his path, and there were no calls. That was surprising to me because if you barely touched Harden, he's going to get the call. He's also going to embellish and do all that. I didn't think it was called that fairly. There were certainly calls that they could have made as well against the Pistons. They didn't in the first half of that game, but it felt like it was more of a disparity that went against the Pistons. As far as like Jalen Duren and his load management and all that, I don't buy into that because Duren did not. It's not like he had his ridiculously tough workload during the season. This is a guy who in April averaged 29 minutes a game, 28 minutes in March, 27 minutes in February, 27 minutes in January, 28. I mean, this is all under 30 minutes a game. The only month that he averaged over 30 minutes a game was in November, and he averaged just under 32. So
his minutes didn't go up when Cade got hurt.
No. His minutes, because he was also, keep in mind, Duren was in and out of a lineup too. Yeah, in the month of April. So that's when Cade was out for March and parts of March and April. He was 28 minutes in March and 29 minutes in April.
Kang, is the message sent here? You're better off with some load management during the regular season. You're better off flopping.
I don't want to say you're better off flopping, but you have to play by the rules everyone else is playing by. And so you might have to embellish a little bit more than, you want to or you're accustomed to. Like, terms that didn't exist 10 years ago, I feel like? Foul baiting, free throw merchant. You know what I mean? Like, just those
unethical score.
Exactly. And now they do for a reason. The back-to-back MVP is considered all three of those things. But he's also the back-to-back MVP, and they're going for their second straight championship. So I'm not saying go to those extremes, because there's players that can, still score and do it ethically, but you're putting yourself at a disadvantage if you don't work the rules in your favor. You just are, So yeah, they got to do some of that. That's just the way the league is now until it changes back the other way. But I know we talk about it all the time when the Pistons are good. They always seem to crash the party.
Yeah.
I don't know how many times you can crash the party though. It seems like it's a harder way of doing it, right?
Yep. 248-539-9797. Let's go to E in Detroit. You're on 97.1. Hello, E.
Hey, I want to give a championship for y'all. Good afternoon. How y'all doing?
We're great. Right. Thank you.
First off, I changed my mind. My champ is stop sign number 9, Sar Thompson, for giving his all on the defense side of the ball. My chump has to be JB. He did not make an adjustment this series. He got out-coached. Even game 1 and 2 was a little rough. He got outcoached all 7 games, if you ask me. When we had they got all them shooters over there, there's no way Ron Holland should have been checking Mitchell, giving Thompson a little rest, or going with Thompson and Holland and playing better defense and having more defense on the court, because a lot of times the offense wasn't scoring. So they had to make a move. They should have played defense. It's okay. I still love the Pistons. Go Pistons, go blue. Lions 14-3. Go Lions.
Oh boy,
He's on a roll.
going on there.
I don't know if there's a more massive overstatement than he got outcoached in all 7 games. Because I would tell you that you
They
think
got
the
coached Game
Pistons
6.
unquestionably the better roster, and the only reason they lost was because the coach got outcoached all 7 games. And no, and they certainly didn't get outcoached in Game 6.
No, I mean last night was just
His vote counts.
strange.
Sorry, his vote counts, but
They had 4 players score over 20 points last night.
Cavs did.
Cavs did, and James Harden was not one of them. He only had 9 points in the game. Max Strus, who's been a thorn in the side, knocked down 1 3-pointer last night and only had 9 points. But Sam Merrill showed up.
Yeah.
He had been a complete non-factor in the series, and then goes for 23 points in 25 minutes for the Cavs. That was that did it. That and Donovan Mitchell took over when he had to take over for a short period of time, and the game was over before it started. It felt like.
Carson Anderson, 97-1. Champ and Chump, get your votes in 248-539-9797. Bitter place today after the performance in Game 7, which it feels like an all-timer in terms of disappointments. They fell behind big early and then proceeded to never make a run, which is kind of unheard of in the NBA. Everybody makes a run. And not on this day. The Detroit Pistons once whittled it down to 15.
Oh, remember they went on that 3-point run?
Where they've
outscored Cleveland 3-0 in the last 8 seconds. They did that several times.
Thus concluded the run?
Yeah.
Yeah. Unreal. Let's go to Nick and Shelby. You're next.
Oh, boy. Oh, sexy.
Wow, Nick. Nick's put us on hold here. Nick will circle back, my friend. Austin in Detroit is next. Hello, Austin.
How are you doing, fellas?
We're okay.
I kind of think you do got to get the team to know at least some of the more active players to foul bait. Even though true fans like us might not like it, you got to look at it. The top three of the last 4 teams left have the most. They have the players on their team that do foul baiting the most.
Yeah, the most upset person in the league has to be Trae Young. Like, how's my team not still alive?
Right, right. You got Brunson. You got Donovan Mitchell and Harden. You got SGA. Like I said, it's getting them somewhere. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to see it do it with my team, but I think Cade has to add some of it to his game. At least he can get to the line a few more times in the game. But it's effective. It's proven there.
Austin, I really don't want to do this. Can the Pistons prove that you can win without being that team?
I wish I wish it was true, but like I said, I don't see it.
Like, I'm sitting there and SGA wins the MVP over the weekend, and I'm like, the reward is there for it.
Yeah, it rewarded. So, like, James Harden won the MVP doing it.
Right, Harden and Brunson are in the Eastern Conference Finals because of it.
Yep. Gotta join the club.
Do you have to? 248-539-9797. Nick. All right, Nick. We tried again. That's it. Kevin on a cell. What's up, Kevin?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Okay.
Good. I don't know if anybody said this because I just started listening to you guys just now, but I feel like the NBA, they already had, even though the Pistons, they should have took care of business, but I think they prolonged this for money. They already had an ad at NBC with Cleveland, Cleveland playing New York. How y'all gonna do that already? Being a man buy all them tickets for the buses and all like that for people to come there. I feel like they already had it there, already had this already planned. We give y'all a couple games. Okay, y'all got y'all little money, then that's it. So they didn't want to see us there, even though we didn't do what we were supposed to do. But I think that the NBA already had this already figured out. Because how is that going to be already? Y'all already got a commercial for that already.
Well, actually, I'm sure they had commercials for both teams pre-recorded that were just gonna, one goes in the can and the other one gets debuted as soon as it's relevant, and they played the wrong one.
I don't know, man. I just feel like anytime in Detroit, we always get the end of the street.
All right, screw it. Let's lean into it. You're right. You're right. The fix was in.
We always get screwed. But on the subject on just going back on it, a West team gonna take the finals anyway with championship. So let's go Pistons next year. Just retool.
So the crazy thing is, the long held belief is that the league wants results for ratings, right?
Sure.
Then tell me, under what scenario would the league give San Antonio infinitely more championships in our lifetime than they give the Knicks? How does that work?
Well, it doesn't. And that's
San Antonio.
There are some conspiracies I believe in.
I only believe in one, and that's Stan Van Gundy got a call from the NBA at halftime and was told to cool it on the officiating.
I mean, I firmly believe that the NBA made a deal to get Luka Doncic to the Lakers.
And then they were going to reward the
Dallas Mavericks with the first overall pick. Yeah,
Cooper Flag.
I 100% buy into that.
I'm with you on that one.
Because the first part of that is how on earth does he get traded overnight when nobody else is able to bid on it? Like if you had opened up Luka Doncic to the NBA, I'm guessing you would have gotten a better offer than Anthony Davis and some other things, right? Anyway, that's why there are some conspiracy theories I believe in.
Well, the New York thing, Doug, is I guess the counterpart counter argument to that would be the New York cares about basketball no matter what. It's just a basketball city, a basketball town, right? San Antonio, they need a good team to care about, right? Maybe that's why.
Is that what it is?
Maybe get more Texas fans, big state.
You think? They got 2 other teams in that state.
It's a big state, man.
It is a big state. Everything's big.
Yeah, everything's bigger down there, I hear.
Tim is next. Hello, Tim.
Hey, guys. How are you?
All right.
Hey, I know why now I don't watch the NBA, but, these refs are crazy. But with that said, that's not why I called. We were just outplayed. Man to man, if you go down the roster, Mitchell and Harden played better than Cade and Harris, period. Thompson, he's no offensive threat at all. It's playing 4v5 on the offensive side of the floor. Their bigs are better than our bigs. And is it because of experience? I don't know. Maybe with Mitchell and Harden over Cade and Harris, but but still, you can keep going. You got Wade and Strus.
All right, I don't even want to relitigate what happened. They lost. They lost. Cleveland won. That's over with.
They lost to a better team, right?
I don't know if they were a better team.
Yes.
The Pistons could have closed it out, and they didn't. They should have won the game. They had a 9-point lead with 2.5 minutes to go.
They're not a better team.
All right.
They're not a better team. They weren't there. They haven't been there before. You're talking about.
I'll say this: they won the series. They won a series where the Pistons. The Pistons. I think the real regret is not closing out Game 3 and not closing out Game 5. And yesterday they shouldn't even been on the floor for that game. It should have been over, and they blew it. And Cleveland deserves Cleveland. I think it's some of Detroit's inexperience. I think it's the lack of production out of Jalen Duren.
Do you guys believe that their players are better than our players?
I think some of them definitely are. I think Detroit might have had the best player on the court, but I'm not feeling as compelled to do this right now, Tim. So you can say whatever you want.
I understand, but it's just these people are calling and just go to the basic. Harden flops.
All right, so it's easier. All right, I don't want.
Okay, the point. All right.
I got it. Okay, so you want everybody to think that Cleveland's a better team. All right, cool, bro. They're the better team. Next.
Mike writes in, drove to LCA last night from Goodrich. Was late because our parking situation was a mess. Got there with 6 minutes left in the first quarter. It was so obvious the fix was in. Nothing seemed real about that game. Left at halftime and got home at a decent hour. Regretted even going. That sucks.
I don't know. How was the fix in? The Pistons couldn't make shots. Are you saying that they were throwing the game?
Yeah, I don't believe in the fix, but 248-539-9797. Gilbert, from a logistical standpoint, Dan Gilbert actually bussed all the company employees to LCA in January for the Rocket annual meeting from Cleveland and Windsor. So I think when this series came to be, he probably just said, since we already know how to do this, as far as if it's ethical as the home GM, Gores maybe should have blocked this somehow. Look, I don't even think it's unethical. I just think it's something that the NBA might take a look at. Do we want owners buying out other owners' buildings? As fans, I don't want to talk bad about fans. You get free tickets and the owner to pay for it. Sounds awesome, right?
Yes.
Something seems a little weird about it, but to me, from a business perspective, that if a millionaire owner wants to spend a whole bunch of money to take over another team's arena, they can. But that's also, kind of taking tickets out of home team fans' hands.
You You think we'll ever get a crazy enough owner that says, screw it, I'm buying out the entire stadium to make a road game a home game?
Well, not every ticket's for sale.
Well,
But
no, it's not. But he puts the word out. Hey,
I'll buy your ticket.
I'll buy your ticket.
Do I
Put it
think
on the
that-
market.
Everybody has their price.
Right? You know that, Gator. I told Kenny. Kenny knows.
$1 Million Man.
Everyone has their price.
Ted DiBiase.
Do I think that'll ever happen? I don't know if I ever thought that something like last night would happen. I'm not even mad. I'm just curious as to if the league's going to look at this and say, because no owner wants this to happen to their arena. And those tickets were either going to get sold to Detroit fans, sold to some Cleveland fans, or the people that put them up for sale weren't going to sell them and they were just going to go, right? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Summer is right around the corner, and there's never been a better time to drive home a brand new Chevrolet from Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. Right now, lease the all-new 2026 Chevrolet Silverado for just $189 a month. Need something sporty and versatile? How about this? Get the 2026 Chevy Trailblazer for just $219 a month, or cruise in the summer in the stylish 2026 Chevy Trax, only $249 a month. And every one of these incredible offers comes with just $1,999 down. So whether you need a tough truck, a family SUV, or the perfect everyday ride, Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield has your summer savings waiting right now. Hurry in today or shop online at sarahchevrolet.com. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, where great deals and great service come together at 696 and Telegraph in Southfield. Open every Saturday. Dealer fees extra. Offers subject to approval and availability. See dealer for complete details. And together, let's drive.
It's not even clear how many tickets Dan Gilbert actually bought.
I don't even care.
No, I don't care either.
That's not. It had no impact on the game.
Probably not, but I just.
It's a side note.
It is a side note, and it's a weird thing. We have been a fan base that has organically taken over other arenas, and when it happens, it's really cool. And I suppose I said I don't think there's no rule. There's nothing unethical about it. It'd be just interesting to see what the league thinks of it long term. Maybe they'll think nothing of it. Maybe I'm completely wrong. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Jay in Farmington Hills. You're next. Hello, Jay.
Fellas, you got to knock it off with the whining. Please. You're worried about somebody busting. First you say it's great when Detroit fans are busting into an opposing arena.
Never said that. Never said that. Jay, I never said that. Ever. I never said it's great when Detroit fans are bussed in.
What did you say, Doug?
I said it's great when it happens organically.
Organically, not organic. Who cares?
Okay, Jay, listen, I'm not telling you to believe what I think, all right? I'm not telling you to believe what I think. You can think whatever you want and believe whatever you want. I'm not telling you how to think.
You're saying that the Pistons were better than the Cavs, even though the Cavs won.
Never said that either. Never said that either, Jay. You're making things up. You are making things up.
You talked to the last guy who just said he started pointing out how the Cavs were better, and you said, "Well, I don't want to discuss it right." What are you talking about?
I don't. I'm not going to sit here and have some listener say, "I want you to say something for me," and then say it. I'm not going to do that. I'm not your puppet. And Jay, you can believe whatever you want. You can say whatever you want. And so can I.
Look, in the end, Cleveland won. They won a 7-game series.
Congratulations.
They're the better team. Just like the Pistons beat Orlando in the first series. They're the better team.
And look, seriously, I've said it a million times. I don't tell you how to think. I just tell you why I believe and how I feel. And I'm bitter today. You're damn right I'm bitter. I'm pissed off. I'm pissed off at the way they played. I'm pissed off in some of the reasons Cleveland got rewarded. I'm pissed off about Game 3. I'm really mad that they didn't close them out in Game 3. And I'm disappointed in a lot of what happens. Yeah, I'm in a salty mood. And I reserve the right to be in a salty mood. Okay? And I'm probably going to stay salty for a while. And if you don't like it, sorry. Actually, I'm not that sorry. You don't have to like it. And I don't blame anybody else that's pissed off today and mad. That sucked. Everything about it sucked. To no show in a Game 7, it was embarrassing. And I couldn't believe they couldn't find a way out of it. Things happen in the NBA for stretches and games. They didn't make a run. I mean, that doesn't happen in the NBA. The closest they got it was 15. But here, certainly make up quotes of things we never said. Never once. Is it obvious that Cleveland was the better team? Yeah, but some caller calls up, say it. I don't want to do that. I'm not in the mood today. And nobody needs my validation.
Well, apparently somebody did.
Well, not getting it. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Yeah, Detroit's in a bad mood. And I'm right there. Let's go to Florian. You're on 97.1. Hello, Florian.
Hey, thanks for taking the call. I just wanted to chime in. I mean, I know we're all salty, but I just want to say, after having one of the worst seasons in basketball history, 3 years ago, and making the playoffs, getting 60 wins, and losing the second round now, I'm proud. hopefully we get a better year next year, maybe in the finals. But a lot of my buddies were saying, "Oh, we're winning it all." We got to be realistic here. Just take baby steps year by year.
We don't have to accept baby steps. We've seen it happen so many times with Detroit teams that, that's one thing to take from this whole thing is they went from a first-round ouster to a second-round ouster, and hopefully next year they're at the very least in the conference finals. But they need a good offseason. And, all those other Piston teams did that.
No, I agree with you. And, I've been watching them since, 2002, a diehard fan. But I'm just saying, a lot of my peers were expecting finals and winning it all. And I just think these are baby steps. We've had the worst season ever 3 years ago, and we've turned things around big time. So,
yeah, I don't think these are baby steps. I think these are big steps they've taken. I think they took a big step going from 14 to 44, a big step going from 44 to 60, a big step being the number one seed, a big step going from being ousted in the first round to being ousted in the second round, taking both of those series as 7 of this year to 7 games. There's a lot of progress being made, but the bitter taste in their mouth is going to be there for a while because they looked awful last night. Had they somehow summoned the ability to win the game and then we're in the Eastern Conference Finals, obviously it's a whole different vibe. The fact that they lost as badly as they did, I think it's thrown out of whack the real perspective that we have on this team. And maybe it's like you need a 48-hour window to back off, cool down, and then get into it. But there's no question this team has to make changes to the roster and perhaps changes to, their way of approaching basketball games.
Let's go to Adam in Westlander next. What's up, Adam?
Yeah, man, I just want to say, us Detroit fans, we should be proud. The Pistons did phenomenal, man. I know that we want to go further and further, but, for what we got, we did great, We can adjust and see what we need, what kind of pieces we need. But if you really think about it, every team, they have a superstar. The Cavs have superstars. Donovan Mitchell is not just a regular Joe Schmo. He's a superstar. Cade Cunningham, to me, is the MVP because if you took him away from Detroit, where would Detroit be? I don't like that the MVP goes to SGA because he's the best player on the best team. That's not the most valuable player. That's the best team. You take him away, they would still be in the playoffs. They got a good enough team. And just on the last note, because I'm at work and I want to hear what you guys got to say, I would much rather lose than the Knicks. If I had to lose to Brunson, I don't think I would be able to come to work today.
This goes back to which unexplained rash bothers you more. Yeah, they both would suck. This sucks. That sucked last year. As far as the growth that this team made and what Cade is and what Cade means to Detroit, he needs another dude, man. And people said that all season, and we thought that Duren might be that. Now we saw what life's like if Duren's not that. Now he's 22. Could he get better? Pistons probably know better than anybody else what he's capable of. They see him every day. They know his work ethic. They know, what his practice habits are like, what's inside his chest. My guess is, and I thought that story in The Athletic was really telling, that he's lost a lot of leverage. And it's not with Detroit, just with Detroit. It's with everybody.
Sure.
Rico Beard is here. What's up, man?
You want to take an extra hour because I enjoyed the last few minutes.
Did you?
Of angry pissed Gator, you had front row seats.
Hey, man, replay it at 5:05.
Well, let me ask you this. I'm reserved the right to be bitter today.
You do, Doug. It's because we don't hear that from you. So it's like, what do? Do you go home and get an extra helping of kale to help you out?
I might.
Extra
I might
bike
just
ride?
do that. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
We're going to kind of break down this series, the game, and could this have been a blessing in disguise?
So stay tuned. Thanks for listening, everyone. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
It's a Monday, brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Tigers start a 4-game series with the AL Central leading Guardians tonight as normal Cleveland starting pitching is carrying them. Plus, that's Guardians broadcaster Al Pulowski. Tonight it's Slate Ciccone, who has had an up and down year, carrying a 5.60 ERA so far. Framber Valdez starts for Detroit. Coming off the suspension last week, he threw 6 2/3 innings, allowing 2 earned runs and 2 walks while striking out 7. 6:40 the first pitch right here on 97.1. Pistons beat writer Amari Sankofa does not see the Pistons offering Jalen Duren a max deal after his playoff performance. Quote, but since an NBA team with cap space can offer him a maximum of up to $44.3 million per year. Hello, Los Angeles Lakers, question mark. A deal with the Pistons likely still would cross $40 million annually, end quote. Michigan basketball is planning a summer foreign tour in Lithuania and Croatia this August. According to ESPN, the 2028 NFL draft expected to be awarded to Minnesota, while league voters are also expected to approve a 2030 Super Bowl in Nashville, a first for the city. At the Corwell Hall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
Let's get to business. Jeremy Otto, stop yelling at David. You guys figure out your timing later.
Well, he doesn't want to play my cuts, so we had an argument. That's
all right. Well, you're putting up more fight than the Pistons did last night, so kudos to you.
Wow.
Let's just dive in. I'm going to say something. It's not to be provocative, and I just need probably 15 seconds for you to listen before you get angry, turn the channel, or do whatever you're doing. Okay?
Okay.
All right, you ready, Rico?
Let's go.
This is really simple. I don't like what happened last night. I love it. And I didn't stutter. Let me tell you why I loved it. I loved it because that is exactly the slap in the face that this delusional organization needs so that they can't go into their summer playing grab ass with each other, making balloon animals, and high-fiving about how smart they are. You are not close to a championship. You are not close to being anything real. And you need to get Cade some effing help. Not guys who should be selling tile at Home Depot. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's just I wouldn't look for an NBA 2 guard in the tile aisle of Home Depot. So yeah, Game 7 at home. He's going to play in the rings and things. Good. I'm glad you got hit with an effing chair. Because now you don't get seduced. You don't get to do what the Tigers did in thinking you had a top 5 offense. Let me check my notes. You don't. I know it sucks. And I know in the short term, it hurts. It's awful. But understand long term, you're going nowhere with this approach. Effort and defense raise your floor. They cripple your ceiling. So, cool. You want a playoff series. Great. You know what? Honestly, I think we all know deep down, if Wagner doesn't die, you're already home. So the fact that this came back to Detroit and Rico, if Cleveland made half of their missed free throws, they win by 45. I only say that I like the way it went down is because Trajan Langdon doesn't get to play pretend anymore. Now we are at a crossroads, or if you've got something more fancy to call it, Schottenheimer's dog,
No.
Occam's razor.
Crossroads is just fine, Mike, because in that game, you talked about the free throws. Here's a little stat for you. Cleveland could have just said, we opt out of the fourth quarter, and they still would have won the game by 5.
I'm leaving. Rico's here till 6. No, it just, and again, I have no slander for Cade Cunningham. He is one of the top 3 usage rates in the league, except the other guys play about 33 minutes a game. That's Jaylen Brown or Joel Embiid. This kid's playing 42 minutes a night. He has no help. So I have nothing for him. It's good to see playoff Tobias back. Again, last 4 games of the series, go look. The biggest thing that bothered me about last night, they didn't it was almost like you always do the Spider-Man thing.
Mm-hmm.
Game 6 Cavs were Game 7 Pistons.
You know what?
Where was the energy, the fight? For a team that purports to be Clubber Lang, it felt off all night.
It did, Mike. And look, it almost felt like there was no one to galvanize this team. No one to say, hey, we've been here before, because they haven't. No one to kind of lead them out of that darkness, because to me, they became 5 individuals who were all trying to hit 20-point shots. Like it was NBA Rock and Shock. It was like, guys, pace yourself and maybe you can get up. You're just going to jack up another bad shot. Okay. This is what we're doing. And I'm watching this and I can't believe what I'm looking at, because it's like,
it was stunning.
They collapsed. But to what you said, you needed this. You didn't need to lose a 15-inning game like the Tigers did, because it makes you feel like, man, if we would have just did this one little thing, we're okay. You needed to get hit in the face with a garbage can. You needed that, because now you got to make the tough choices. You saw this team wasn't ready, and Trajan at the trade deadline said, hey, I'm going to kind of treat this as a test. I'm going to see what the team needs. I don't want to make any moves. Let me see well, you see exactly what you need, Trajan. Dennis Jenkins can never be your leading scorer of a game, and you expect to win and go far in the playoffs.
And there's something else to this too, okay?
And nothing against Dennis, but he can't be your leading scorer.
On a championship team, he's a DNP CD.
Yeah.
He's a charity case. Here, people put a Superman cape on him and play him 25 minutes a night. The real thing that was jarring was for a team that fancies themselves as an elite defensive unit. And I'm not going to overly nerd here, but like when you look at their off-ball defense and their screen defense, Rico, in football we always use the term assignment sound.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When you're watching that game last night and you're watching, okay, your off-ball defense, you don't want to give up the corner 3, but you have to be able to kind of stunt down to fill a gap and recover. That's what helped defense. They were out of position all night to the point where, like Karis LeVert, your mission when you're facing a shooter is you're going over the top of the screen because the big is going to be in drop. That's fine. Karis multiple times went for Superman plays to try to steal the ball instead of just fighting through the screen. So now what happens? You get pancaked into the screen, and there's Sam Merrill wide open. Like, all the assignment stuff just went out the window.
Mike, there goes what I'm saying. They became 5 individuals instead of this tough team concept. We're going to play this suffocating defense. Everybody wanted to be the hero. And like you said, they're like, well, why are you're out of place? Don't go there. Stay with your, okay.
It was wild. And Tobias was another one. Tobias and Karis LeVert were the biggest 2 offenders of it. And you could see, and Atkinson said it. I mean, I think we've been saying it basically since like game 2. Okay, wherever Asur Thompson is, we're just going to go somewhere else. Or we're going to screen and re-screen and develop the matchup we want. But I just was stunned at the overall. I mean, the overall result, you could have given me a guess of 10 outcomes. I never would have come to Cavs by 50. I just wouldn't.
Especially after how you dominated game 6. And you went in there and took their heart. And then it leads me to wonder, were they celebrating too much, thinking, okay, kind of how the Cavs, I felt like when the Cavs won game 5, they celebrated saying, we're going back home. We got this.
That's fair.
This is money in the bank.
Let's face it, they're 2 immature teams. Donovan Mitchell had never been by the second round. Bickerstaff, Lord knows, hasn't been past the second round in his life. The Pistons players, not their fault, young. Maybe it's immature teams, not title worthy.
You know what? You could be right, because Cleveland had an opportunity to close it out on their home court, fell on their face. And then I think Detroit felt like, well, we got this. We've made it all the way back. We just beat Orlando in game 7.
And Sam Merrill.
It's 3-2. And now it's not.
The other thing is and guys, listen, we want to keep the aperture as wide open as possible because there's so much to talk about. So don't feel like you're boxed in. All right. If you want to bring up the Duren thing, do it. You want to bring up Bickerstaff, I have thoughts. You want to talk about the offseason. You want to vent about last night. I want to keep it as open as possible because there's a zillion things. But the thing you just hinted on, this was the chef's kiss for the Duren conversation. Yeah. I mean, Allen and Mobley were in the kitchen. Now, I'm not telling you to throw Duren out with the bathwater, but there is no world. I know the reports are the Pistons are going to still end up at 40 for him a year. I'm not doing it. They can. No. I'm paid for my opinion. I'd like to have him here. But any conversation, they were trying to get him for sub 30 preseason. He wanted 30.
They knew.
Well, I think they had an idea.
They knew.
But the difference is the regular season isn't real. The playoffs are what basketball is. I can't pay you 40 a year. I can't. And the other problem, and look, I have stats to back this up, so inevitably when you want to argue with me, I will drill you the way Jared Allen did. Asor and Duren can't play together. Not in the playoffs. And I have stats that will back this. You weren't just a bad half-court offense. You were worse than the Brooklyn Nets offense when those two were on the floor together in the playoffs. Just absorb that for a minute. So we'll talk, and there's a million ways to go. Just understand, it's not slander. It's not Nona being mean. I want you to look at the bigger picture of why last night it's good they got their jaw cracked at home. Because now they can't play grab ass and talk about how smart they are. All dogs, Trajan wearing a title belt. No. You go to work and get Cade some help before Cade decides he wants to be somewhere else.
Yeah, because the fact that it was, as you said, Allen and Mobley.
That was embarrassing.
Where have these two been? Wow, they are dominating the paint. They are just getting anything that they want. Think about it. It wasn't Mitchell going out there dropping 50 or Harden all of a sudden dropping 30. It's like these two.
But all those dunks, all those Mitchell assists early, when you go back and look, that the help side defense was so bad up top that by the time Mitchell gets to the lane, you're scrambling to stop ball, and now you've got free runners on the baseline. And good on Mitchell. It's a guy averaging 2 assists a game, and he had 6 in the first quarter. Yeah. That was it was intentional. But the Pistons off-ball defense, by the way, he was huge this series. Hey, you want to keep him around? Fine, he could be the team mascot. B-ball Paul getting spit roasted on defense. Holy hell. What are you doing at the free throw line?
Well, we didn't bring him on for defense.
248-539-9797. We are just getting started. You can go anywhere you want to go. Game 7, the offseason, vent, players, any points. Do whatever you like, and we'll get to your phone calls. Rico, go ahead.
All right, quick question. What would you do if your Wi-Fi could actually keep up with your life? We're talking about a Wi-Fi that's smart enough to fix itself when something goes wrong. Yes, seriously. No more random drop-offs right in the middle of your show or your game or that big work call. This is next-level reliability. Fiber power, built for speed and designed to keep everything running smoothly. Streaming, gaming, working from home, all at once, no problem. And coverage, we're talking Wi-Fi in every corner of your home. No dead zones, no why is this slow in this room moments. Plus, it's like a security blanket for your network, keeping your connection safe while everything in your home works seamlessly together. Here's the kicker. You can lock in 5 years of predictable pricing, same price, no contract, no surprises. Everything included too, data, equipment, and insanely reliable Wi-Fi. And you can even get it set up the same day. So yeah, fast, secure, reliable Wi-Fi that just works. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only.
All right, David, before we get to the callers, I certainly want your opinion. It's so strange as I picked him to win Game 6 Friday. I gave the 5 reasons. If we would have done a show before Game 7, man, as smart as I looked Friday would be as dumb as I would have looked then. I never would have come up with, they'll come home and get hit by a freight train.
No. I don't think you would have, Mike, because nobody could predict it, but I think you said it best. That was a young team that didn't know how to close out. And I do think that they celebrated all the way back to Detroit, and they'll never admit this, but they said, guys, we got this. We're at home. Yeah. We're going to celebrate in front of our fans. This is going to be great. And, we're going to run around with the championship belt. Hey, what if we start spray painting the numbers it takes to win the title? And then all of a sudden, they just looked lost. Like, wait, the Cavs came to play? They weren't going to be the Orlando Magic and just hand this game to us?
Look, it goes back to what we were talking about all year where we were labeled haters. If this were a regular year in the East, they're a 4 seed. That's where they are talent-wise. Effort and defense will raise you up, but they're a 4 seed. They were never a 1. They're not a 60-win team. A 60-win team, your expectation is I can beat anyone in basketball. I went 60-22. I went 62-20. If this team, God forbid, had they made the finals, I made the bet for David's church just in case. They'd be plus 5,000 to win the series. They would get assassinated. They would be Archduke Ferdinand.
Bro, you could have just put $20 on them winning the finals and bought him a brand new church.
The whole church, David. But David, any thoughts? Did we miss anything, or where's your head at?
My head is missed opportunity. And I'm not talking about just Game 7. It leads into the missed opportunity for Game 7, meaning Trajan Langdon, when the offseason started, and he said margins. That was an opportunity missed. When you saw what the East was with Indiana, with Boston, with Philadelphia, you saw an opportunity and you missed that opportunity. And then you also missed an opportunity and it's like you got caught with your hands behind your back with the Malik Beasley situation, is that you really didn't pivot to anything to get another shooter here. I know they got Duncan Robinson, but he was not ever going to be the answer that you needed at the shooter position.
Defensive. Duncan and Karras defensively, forget it. And that was always my concern. And again, Duncan gave you the best playoff series he would ever have at 60% from deep.
He did.
Kind of in disbelief considering he couldn't crack the rotation in Miami. But yeah, David, they didn't get better that way. And I'm fine with saying, all right, he wanted to let, like Oklahoma City in 23-24. They did the Trajan. The difference is you don't have Sam Presti and you don't have 18 first-round picks. Mm-hmm. So you can't take that approach long-term. They got cute. Now, cool. That's why, again, I'm glad this happened this way because now we can get to business. You go land a legit number 2. I'll be the one driving the championship bus.
See, and that's what my comments lead me to agreeing to what you're saying, because you can no longer miss the opportunity. This shows you, as he's sitting there at the game, this shows you, okay, we're just not there yet. We're a good team, not a horrible team. We're a good team, but we need more. So go get more.
Yeah, tryhards don't win in the playoffs. It's not going to work.
And I'm glad you said that, because Dennis Jenkins started yesterday. Out of necessity, he started. Guess who was in garbage time because of necessity? Dennis Jenkins. He should be in garbage time. He shouldn't be starting. He's a starter and a garbage time player. What are we doing here?
Well, look, JB did not have his finest hour last night. And I don't understand.
Wait, before or during or after the game?
Well, I was going to get to the after later.
Okay. All right, we can save it.
I guess I don't know, dude. Like, can you lift up your hand? Nope, I don't see any championship rings there. You may want to power it down. Any negative is inappropriate. Who are you, Phil Jackson? You got a 16-25 record in the playoffs. Who are you? Be thankful your owner insanely gave you an extension for beating a YMCA team in round 1.
What are you talking about? That's J.B. Riley.
Got it. Again, like between his yelling at the officials all day and then the haughty comments post-game, it's like, you may want to power down. Like, yeah, you were the least smelly turd in the East. Congrats. Are you kidding me? This guy's out here acting like they just won the title. We'll play the audio in the 3 o'clock. I don't have to care about how he acts or what he does. I'm telling you, you're never going to get a call with him doing that with the refs. You're not, because he's not respected enough. He's not that guy. Okay? You can't be that guy. You don't have rings. In order to do that, which is basically bitch at the refs nonstop, you got to have rings. I would that if it were old school, Dick Bavetta, Steve Javi, I'd throw his ass out of the game in 4 minutes.
You're right. It's like the superstar call. Superstars
get calls.
Can whine and complain. Bench players,
coaches who've never been out in the second round of the playoffs do not get calls.
Right. Son, I'm going to give you a T. Now go back to the bench and leave me alone.
Think it over. All right, let's go to the people. We'll kick it off with Garrett, 97.1. Garrett, good to have you again, buddy. What's up?
Hey, good to hear from you. I was kind of eagerly waiting to hear what you were going to say, and obviously you and I think alike a lot, which is good or bad, depending on how you look at it. But no, you're 100% right. I do just want to come at it from a different angle slightly from what you brought up, though, and that's just kind of pertaining to not just Langdon being under pressure, but I think this means that Tom Gores is under pressure. Like, if you want to be a big dog and you want to be all serious and Mr. T-shirt time himself, like, yeah, I know we have the tropes about him there to pay Cade. I get that part. But if you're really serious and you want to put your money where your mouth is, you're going to go out and you're going to give JD and Trajan Langdon what you're worth. The only thing I have is I don't know if we can trust him on that because, I mean, sure, Mike, we can look at it and say that the Pistons need a little bit of an overhaul, and we get that. And I don't want them to end up being like where the Red Wings were, where, you know, you have to overpay for some of these guys to just fill in on some of these positions because that's just where you're at. But I want to now see if this is the offseason where Gores puts his money where his mouth is, and if he can become, well, quite frankly, what Illich isn't in this town. I want to see that from him at the
let's be fair about one thing. He did put his money where his mouth is. He paid a guy $60 million to walk away. It was his fault that Monty Williams was here. The guy told him no 3 times. He made him 4 offers. And to Gores' credit, and I'm no fan of Tommy G, he stepped up and wrote a check a lot of owners wouldn't write. So I'll credit him there. But the rest of this, you're right. If Langdon goes to ownership and says, this is what I need to do, these are the assets I got to move, this is the contract, or God forbid, we may flirt with the luxury tax. Yeah, no, the time is now. Otherwise, you're wasting everyone's time. That's my whole point, Garrett, and people get upset. Yep. Like, I was listening a little bit in the morning, a little bit in the midday, and it's, I'm so proud of this. Proud of him for what? What are you going to do, hang a banner that says I beat the Knicks 3 times in the regular season? Well, we had 60 wins in the worst East ever, and you didn't get out of the second round in a series where you were up 2-0 and up 3-2. It's a waste of time. We knew the Pistons were good. We knew last year. This was just a different format of that, but they were never the best team in the East. So the fact that Trajan wasted our time bothers me. So now this summer, it's not my job to make that trade. It's his. Whether it's a Markkanen, whether it's a Trey Murphy, whether it's a name that's not mentioned, whether it's 2 trades. And I'll tell you the other thing. There is going to have to be a culling of the herd here. I have the data for you. I don't think you can move forward with Duren and Asor together. You got to pick one. That's on them. Yeah. And you can make a case for both. But this Duren extension, we're going to find out about his chops by the deal he signs. There's no scenario they don't sign him. But I'm telling you, Rico, if they pay that guy over $40 million a year, that's a big bet. And it's a risky one.
Well, Mike, sometimes you gamble on yourself and you lose. We always say, he gambled on himself and he got this gigantic contract.
He's still going to win.
No, he's going to win. I don't think he's going to get what he thinks he's going to get.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. If they were trying to get him sub 30 before the season, and he wanted the max of 44 up until the Orlando happened, what do you think he gets? He's still going to get above what the team offered him in preseason because I don't think this team's got the chops to go. I'll tell you what, the most another team could sign you for is 177. Tell you what, Spank, why don't you go find that deal? And you get to match it.
Well, I'm thinking it's going to be closer to what the Pistons wanted. It may be a better deal than what the Pistons originally wanted to pay. But I think it's going to be closer to what their number is rather than that $40 million.
And again, these are all artificial numbers, and maybe in 3 years the deal doesn't look that bad because of the soaring, contract structures. Rico, I have these artificial like red lines. Like it can't have a 2 in front of the total value and it can't have a 4 in front of the AAV. Mm-hmm. I just worry they're going to cave and do it.
Really?
Yeah, but again, as long as they get a number 2 in here for Cade, I don't really care what they give Duren. That's a problem for tomorrow. Like, I want him here. I've said that. But he can't be your number 2, and I got to be honest, he can't be your number 3. And that's the issue I take is you're paying a guy a lot of money to not be a pick-and-roll primary, to not be a two-man game guy, to not be an ISO guy. And in the fourth quarter, look, no offense, but as solid as he is, no one's ever going to mistake him for like, what, Dikembe Mutombo here. Like he's you know what I mean? No. Like no one's ever going to mistake him for that.
No. Wasn't expecting that.
David, we'll get texts. You want to do a few texts right now, and then I'll get to the calls? Go ahead, quickly.
Number 9 means run over player. That's what someone says.
I thought he killed Sam Merrill.
I did too.
When his head snapped back, I thought his head was going to pop off.
You know what the funny part about that was is JB yelling at the ref like that was on them.
Dude, I'll tell you right now, like at a referee dinner, there would be a JB Bickerstaff voodoo doll that they'd be taking a steak knife to. He doesn't stop. Dude, your guy almost killed a guy. Yeah, well, he was in his way. Right, with established position.
Yeah, and
David,
don't you know what 9 means?
Mike, I agree. I texted my friends that we are going out like some suckers last night. I was met with, we needed this to happen to take a real look at getting some help, and I had to agree.
That's right. They were starting to get too enamored with their own scent.
Yeah, because let's just say Mitchell hits a game-winning shot.
Oh, we were so close. Let him develop.
Right. And the ref screwed us on this one play, and we could win it all, and we would have beat the Knicks, and we don't need to make any changes. No, you do.
Right. That's my personal hell.
Yeah.
And again, I would have said the same thing if they lost to Orlando. Nothing materially changes. You weren't a threat to win it all. Would it have been fun to take on New York to see if your regular season belt to ass banner held? Right. Sure. But you were never winning this. So it's okay. We know they're good. We know they're on the right track. Now's my fun. Now we can start butchering people and trading people.
Let's hope so.
Send them out. 97.1. I don't know why Sasser's in an NBA playoff game. There's that. All right, let's go to the people. We'll go to Albert. He's up next. Al, how you doing, buddy?
Been better, guys. How are you?
Good. What's on your mind?
So my problem with this team is we said it. I remember calling in right after the trade deadline. I understand Trajan wanted to get a feel for how this team would fare in the playoffs, but you can't possibly be an NBA GM and look at this roster and see guys like Kevin Huerter, who you traded for at the trade deadline, and he became a DNP. Guys like Javonte Green that contributed in the regular season did not see the floor in the second round of the playoffs. Guys like this are supposed to be contributing to playoff success. I don't understand how this team saw that and was like, yeah, let's go.
I'll tell you how. Because they weren't trying to win it. It's as simple as that. Trajan Langdon wanted to evaluate, which is a total waste of time to people, like to people who spend money or time or emotion. But it's his right to do so. But Albert, here's the other problem. Those players seduced this team in the regular season, which is so faulty considering Trajan Langdon was a player. He damn well knows the difference that the regular season isn't real. Now, fans are slow to catch on, but that's one thing. A former player who's a very intelligent man, that's pretty shameful to me.
I think you say it best when this city, not just the Pistons, but the Lions, the Tigers, the Red Wings, they fall in love with gym class heroes. And those guys like that do not win you championships.
No.
I don't understand how you see guys that like Trey Murphy or Larry Markkinen that were in trade rumors and you don't at least go and try and get them.
Oh, and I'll tell you what's going to happen here too, Albert. Just buckle up for this one. Hopefully you're strapped in for this summer. Because anytime Markkinen's name comes up, we're going to have some Beekmans calling in going, but he doesn't play defense. He's not a dog. Okay, well, here's the deal. What Markkinen would do for this team in the half court would totally reshape their spacing.
Yes.
And it would allow a Jalen Duren a parking lot of room to operate. Because 7-1 guys who can on any given night drop 30 and shoot 38% from deep don't grow on trees.
No, let me help you with this. Mike, speak the language. He's an upgrade to B-Ball Paul.
But he's not a dog.
Well, just saying, he's an upgrade. B-Ball Paul.
I know.
No defense.
I know. Look, Trey Murphy's an upgrade.
Yeah.
There are upgrades out there, but you're going to pay a stiff price. I'm not telling you it's going to be easy. And it's going to hurt. But like right here and now, you either have to make a conscious decision as a franchise, we're going for this, or you're wasting everyone's time. They've gone as far as they can go with this group. Effort and defense and want to only take you so far. This isn't 2004. Yeah. You cannot have the single worst half-court offense in the playoffs and win a championship. Their half-court offense, by metric, with Asur Thompson and Duren on the floor, was worse than the Brooklyn Nets in the regular season by 4 points over a 100-point spread. They were sitting there at 87 points per 100% possessions. The Brooklyn Nets were at 91. But he's not a dog.
Well, we see what happened to your dogs yesterday.
I know. We go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, how you doing, buddy?
What's up, fellas?
Talk to me.
Money Mike, what's going on?
Last night, man. It was rough, fellas. Both. It was a rough one, man. But anybody that really knows basketball and my hope was that we got past Cleveland, but we don't get past New York, because if we had went to the finals against those two teams out west, what we saw last night would have been every game. You cannot at the NBA level, and I get the coaches. I don't know how they did. I don't know how we won 60 games. I really don't.
Easy. Most teams don't try in the regular season. Teams don't play defense in the regular season. There are plenty of nights your game plan is like a speed limit. It's a suggestion. I mean, Mike, you know this. You watch the league.
But we did win 60, and we took two teams game 7 with this lineup. Now, Cleveland is not a great defensive team.
No.
By no stretch of the imagination.
Okay, but Mike, hold on. Mike,
we took Orlando 7.
Orlando, that's not a badge of honor. First of all, and Orlando kind of quit. Like, yes, you took Orlando and Cleveland in game 7. I don't think that's something to brag about.
But listen. My comeback to that is that you guys been saying we only got one. Look, on a fast break, whoever has the ball other than Cade looks like a high schooler. We don't have a second person on the team that can lead a fast break, fake to the left, go to the right, easy layup, even in a half court or on a fast break. So, having said that, I'm still like, how do we do it? Now, that's it. That leads us to this. This offseason, make no bones about it. When you look at a team like San Antonio, the last 4 draft choices, they've hit on all. And I know Wemby was a no-brainer.
Right. Like, that was their version of Cade, right? You got the number 1 pick, you were taking the guy. That's it.
Yeah. Then they got Pascal, they got Castle, they got Harper Jr. Yep. All 4 of them guys can go. And we all said this. Once we had Asar, then we come back and get Holland. You cannot get 2 9-shooters back to back. You just can't do it.
Well, it's organizational. The problem, it's organizational, Mike, and I can't put all this on Trajan Langdon, but you inherit stuff, then you make your own path. Mike, the Pistons, over the course of time, cannot identify bucket getters with 2 hands and a flashlight in the NBA draft. Go look. I mean, we're going all the way back to when they drafted a guy with narcolepsy. They drafted a guy who would fall asleep randomly like the guy in Princess Bride. I mean, are you kidding me? Walter Sharp, Henry Ellenson, Austin Day. I mean, like the last bucket getter they got was also a certified ass on the court, was Rodney Stuckey. Like, outside of Cade, what bucket getters have they gotten? Killian Hayes couldn't score in a whorehouse. Asur Thompson, Ron Holland, Jalen Duren, Jaden Ivey, okay, blew his hip out. They drafted a guy who shot 30% from 3 in college. It is an issue because they do what the Red Wings do. They draft the same guy every year. It's like they have, instead of Raz score, they look for dog score, DAWG score. You got to get out of that mold. You've been trying to rebuild the bad boys for 40 years. You need a bucket. And look, they did it with Stanley Johnson. Oh my God, what were they doing? The guy's jump shot took 7 seconds. Like, they don't know how to do it.
Was that the Devin Booker draft?
Yes, it was.
You didn't need him.
Okay. It was also, I think it was the Donovan Mitchell draft, wasn't it?
It was.
That was, it was as well.
Oh, because Mitchell thought he was going to be a Piston.
They brought him in for a secret workout.
And he didn't miss a shot.
No, and there's a test they give in the NBA for coachability. And I think he like soared off the charts there too. Like, look, bottom line, it didn't happen. I'm just saying they have a draft problem.
Yeah.
Because they don't know how to draft. And whether it was Troy, whether it's Trajan, like, I gotta see something here now. And again, what am I gonna do? Yell about Bobby Klimpman?
No, but the fact that Ron Holland, the number 5 pick overall, doesn't.
And I like the idea of it because it was risk it biscuit. But right here and right now, I got to be honest with you, he's young. Right. And I'm not running a daycare center. If somebody's enamored, I'm probably putting him as a part of a package. I mean, I'd love to wait for him, but he's DNP-CD in the second round of the NBA playoffs. What am I supposed to do?
Mike, like I told you before, Ron Holland makes Jaden Ivey look like he's an NBA All-Pro.
He's right, 248-539-9797. More of your calls. And again, we're going to keep a 4-lane highway open today. However you want to approach the Pistons. We will play JB's audio in the 3 o'clock because I don't understand that. But so be it. Maybe he was in his feelings after getting drilled by 50. America's favorite place to watch sports, Stadium Swim at Circa Resort and Casino. The biggest games, best viewing experience built for you, the fan. 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view of that big screen at Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Las Vegas, right on Fremont at Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, brief moment here, and we'll get back to taking care of business. But let's hit the music. We stay on course. David? TJ, please. Can we say that is chalk loaded? I assume we have some basketball ones as well.
Oh, yes, we do. We got every sport.
Okay.
I'll touch upon every sport,
Let's
Mike.
do it.
But let's just go with the latest news. Can we say that somehow or another the Pelicans may have made a huge mistake in hiring Jamal Mosley?
They did. Joe Dumars, Troy Weaver, now Jamal Mosley, a coach whose players hated him. Let's hire him. Look, we need to. This is a mission of mercy. We have to go save Trey Murphy from this. They're the worst organization.
I was about to say, does this move now help the Pistons? Because I don't know how everybody's going to fit with the new coach. Don't care.
Yes, maybe.
Oh.
Sort of. Look, I don't care. Just call. I almost view New Orleans like these commercials where you're like, for $10 a day, you can feed this starving child. Like, here, take these draft picks, nibble on those. Give us a player. Clueless organization.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say it's a total disaster because he did take Orlando to the playoffs 3 straight years, and New Orleans can't crack anywhere close to that. So if he takes them to the playoffs somehow, then they did the right thing. But for the player portion, yeah, that might be a problem.
Can't wait for David's life advice book called Lowering the Bar.
It's New Orleans.
Play the song. All right.
Well, your marriage isn't that bad. A book by Pastor David Hull.
She did come back to you.
Trust me, your neighbor's situation is worse. Volume 3. All right.
She only cheated on you once.
A book by David Hull.
All right, New Orleans, whatever. Doesn't matter what you do.
Look on it. There's that. That's exactly how the league office feels. They're irrelevant.
Guys, can we say the NBA title we won in the series in the West? Like, this is it.
It's not even close. It's a lack of high-end talent. It's a lack of depth. It's a lack of process. It just, whoever wins the Western Conference will be minus 500 in that series, if not more.
Well, the Pistons had a great shot because they
beat the Knicks
in the regular season. I can't even say it with a straight
They would have beat the Knicks and they would have got to the finals.
Unless they were driving one of Dan Gilbert's buses and happened to run over SGA, they have no shot.
I wish it will never happen, but Adam Silver, when they give away the Western Conference trophy, just give the Larry O'Brien as they're doing that.
I'm saving on travel costs.
You gave us the wrong trophy. No, I didn't. Just take the trophy. Yeah.
It's
I know
2
what I'm
for
doing.
1.
I know what I'm doing. Yeah, we're just gonna save costs. What was the Sacramento owner?
You mean Trailblazer?
Trailblazer. We're just gonna be cheap about things. Guys, can we say that is it too early to change our expectations upon the Detroit Tigers?
Ooh, good one. Yes and well, I don't want to be stony, but it's yes and no. Yes, it's too early because by math, you have 100+ games left. But the other issue in this is it's not too early because you're a third of the way through and comprehensively nothing's working. Now the injuries play a role, but the main issue is the lineup depth wasn't there before. And if that has any injuries, which they haven't really had the last couple of years, now you're seeing it for what it is. Look, this week is pivotal. You get a 4-game set with Cleveland, who has 3 games in hand, and you're 5.5 out. Trick around. You could be 9-10 games out. I want to watch this 4-game set. I mean, Rico, they haven't won a series in what feels like a month. So
last 4 series.
It's not too early, but it's getting late. Does that make sense? I just want to give them a little bit more grace. They got Mize back. They're getting Will Vest back. And then there's these weird outliers where, they're, top 10 in batting average. And you're like, right, but they suck. They're averaging less than a home run a game. They can't hit a home run, save their lives.
See, for Game of Thrones fans, you say winter is coming. No, winter is here. You can already say that it's a problem here for the Detroit Tigers. It's almost June, and you're going further and further back. And what do you have to wait for this series for? They're going to lose it, so we already know.
No, I can't do that. You have arguably the only 3 human beings that are healthy and any good pitching in this series.
But you just said it, though. They can't hit a home run to save their life, and now they have all this ground to make up with all the losing.
All right, F it. Season's over. Look, I'm trying here. They're only 5.5 out.
Sorry.
Like, if they were in the NL West and they were 11.5 out, it'd be a different conversation.
Correct. This next one's for all of you guys, but really for Kenny. Kenny?
Yes, sir.
Can we say we saw probably the most epic collapse of a hockey team in Game 6 by Montreal?
What, 8 straight goals? You have a problem with that?
Straight.
Oh, that's
they
not,
were up 3-1,
normal?
7 straight goals.
What's the big deal?
I don't know. Yes, that was an epic collapse, something that you don't usually typically see in
What was
playoff
a worse home performance in a closeout? Montreal at the Bell Center giving up 7 straight to lose 8-3, or the Pistons going out and literally bleeping in the middle of the street and losing by 40?
That's a push.
That's a dead heat.
I'm going to go see the Magic, who's just stopped shooting and making baskets in a closeout game.
Yikes. By the way, hockey playoffs have been incredible. For all the slander we offer about the poverty status of the league and that absolute government cheese network they operate, listen, the playoff action's been phenomenal. It really has.
We are all Buffalo fans now. That's what I've learned from this.
I kind of want Buffalo to win it out of spite to Steve.
Yes.
That's kind of what I want.
100%.
And I want Miroslav Shatan to come out of retirement for 1 game.
Maxima Finneganov's
Yes.
coming back.
Bring Satan back. Yes.
Well, that is a drop, please.
That's fantastic for a pastor. Oh, my. Pat LaFontaine.
Let me just try to clean this up.
Nah.
Can we say that the Knicks will need Anunoby in order to win this series against Cleveland?
I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no because Cleveland and you is a Spider-Man thing. You do it differently, but you're flawed equally, right? The Knicks are playing such a high level of basketball. Do I trust Cleveland over a 7-game run where they don't have the margin they had against you? I don't trust them there. And again, James Harden last night, 9 points. He's missing 8 billion free throws. It was terrible.
They were trying to get him like, here, no, James, hit this shot. Okay, get the rebound. Kick it back out to James. All right, James, it's not your night.
No, I think it's Knicks in 5. That's where I'm at.
All right, we'll have more of this later on in the show. Can we say that 97-1?
Brought to you by Northfield Lumber. The Tigers back on the field tonight against the Cleveland Guardians. They sit atop the AL Central currently. Cleveland's pitching has been their strength per usual, but they have Slade Ciccone on the mound, who's been a little bit of a roller coaster this year. Framber Valdez starts for Detroit. He went 6+ coming off his suspension last week. Here's the rest of the lineup as well. Colt Keith will lead off in DH. Kevin McGonigal hits second at third base. He is expected to get a day off at some point in this series. Dylan Dingler will bat third and catch today. Riley Green starts the middle of the order in left. Spencer Torkelson hits fifth at first. Zach McKinstry in the 6 holes. He plays second today. Matt Vierling starting the bottom of the order playing center. Wenzel Perez in right batting eighth. And Zach Short will round it out at short. 6:40 the first pitch right here on 97.1. Pistons beat writer Amari Sankofa wrote a piece in the Free Press today going over all the potential offseason moves for the team. One of the subheadlines, will Trajan Langdon go star hunting? Based off that Shams report a couple weeks ago. Quote, they likely will be connected to big names around the league such as Utah Jazz forward Lauri Markkanen, though Utah just traded for Jaren Jackson Jr. to pair with Markkanen, and LA Clippers superstar Kawhi Leonard. He'll be entering the final year of his deal. Will make $50.3 million in 26-27 at age 35. End quote. Michigan basketball announced they'll take a tour throughout Lithuania and Croatia this August as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1. Oh, I'm getting the bird for some reason. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hour number 2, great to have you with us. We got jam-packed phone lines, and we'll go any direction you want with the Pistons. But I do want to play that JB audio for you just to add a layer. I mean, the initial take, and I think people are vibing with it because there's no malice behind it. Now, I didn't like what happened last night. I loved it because sometimes an organization needs to get cracked over the head because the delusion with this team was way too strong. Dating all the way back to the offseason, dating all the way back to the trade deadline, all the histrionics, all the nonsense, all the cockiness. Now, actually, I'm happy you didn't lose on a buzzer beater. I'm glad, as Rico so eloquently put it, as a man who was a part of the Harvard Society, you got hit with a garbage can because now they can't go to the practice facility and play grab ass with each other about how smart they are and how close they are. They're not. It's a wake-up call. Because now it's time to stop wasting everyone's time. No more belts, no more songs, no more empty regular seasons. Get Cade the star he deserves, which will unlock the product you deserve. I want to win a championship. You want to hang your "We beat the Knicks 3 times" banner? Go ahead. I'll commission it. I'll pay for it to be hung in the rafters. But outside of that, none of this was ending up good. You were not winning it all. So I'm glad it went down the way it did. Now, here's what I don't get. The audio he's about to play. I don't get this, but let's play it, and then we'll have a brief convo, and then we're going to go right to the phones. David, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, so the first one here is about the disappointment in yesterday's game.
As Jim Rome would say, you got decapitated by 40 at home in a game 7. Yeah. Your team openly quit with 4 minutes to go in the third quarter. You can love them. You could say how proud you are. You could say, I'm not angry. I'm disappointed. You cannot say that is not disappointing. That is arguably the worst playoff loss in the history of this franchise.
No, it ain't arguably. It is.
Okay.
And then you want to play Tommy Tough Guy. You play a sort like, dude, take this loss with grace.
You can't because the coach doesn't have any grace. JB's acting like Macho Man on the sideline. I'm surprised he didn't take a chair to the ref. He doesn't stop.
I guess. And maybe he got it from that because it's like, Asar, just back away.
You're down 30 and no one's impressed.
Yeah.
Go home.
Yeah.
All right, now here's the one that really got our dander up. Take a listen to this. JB, Booby, baby, you made the playoffs last year. How long are we going to hang on to the Weaver crutch?
Yeah.
You made it last year.
Yeah.
Hold on. You're lucky you got out of the first round. You needed a player to die. You were up 2-0 in this series. Then you come home for game 7 and get dusted. Anything but positivity is unacceptable. Okay, Riles. I'm sorry. I must have missed where Phil Jackson teleported down with his 50 rings.
I don't like the question.
Well, too bad. I didn't like the game. We'll call it even.
You know what? I would come and shake your hand.
But I have short arms.
Right. That would have been a great. I didn't like the game. I wasted 2 hours of my life.
I got news for you, JB. 19,000 people didn't like the performance. You want to call it even? I don't understand it. Like, what planet did this guy descend from? You have never been out of the second round as a head coach. You're talking to people like you're Red Auerbach.
Yeah.
I just, whatever. That to me. But again, when Piston fans want to get calls, I got news for you. I don't think your coach is doing you any favors. JB, from the time the game starts to the game stops, the fact that he was arguing when Azur Thompson assassinated Sam Merrill, what are you arguing?
You know, they flop a lot.
Up next, Sam Merrill's cranium is on the hardwood. It's currently being swept up. What are we doing?
Let's review the play.
What's there to review? Is he alive? And I'm 90%, I swear, I can't prove this. This is an opinion. I swear I saw Merrill mouth, "Where are the smelling salts?" when they got him up. I swear to you. I'm not making that up. I can't prove I'm right. I'm not an FBI lip reader, but I'm like, yeah, guys concussed. Like, and you're arguing that call. Really? Come on, man. Sorry. He's got to tone that down. I don't like the direction of your question. Great. I don't like losing a game 7 by 45. Want to get to the people? Okay, then we'll go to George, 97.1. George, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike, how's it going, man?
Good.
I'm really shocked. That we ain't talking about the biggest disrespect, which I kind of learned that, man, Dan Gilbert runs the city. How did he allow 29 buses, and how did Tom Gore? I'm quite sure some heads got to even be rolling today.
Oh, it's terrible.
That's one thing.
But George, here's the thing. You can't get mad at that because you see Lions fans do it all the time.
No, correct. But what I'm saying is, just like you make fun of the teams you take over, they deserve to be made fun of. Yeah. There is no world where 25 buses of any fan is invading MSG or TD Bank North or Staples Center or whatever the hell they're calling it now. And those fans weren't in the nosebleeds. George, you saw what we all saw. Those are premium seats.
Those are premium seats. But Mike, the main thing I wanted to get your opinion.
Yeah.
It's been Draymond Green said something on this podcast, and he ain't one of my favorite players, but you got to respect his defense sometimes. And he said the Pistons, the problem with, and I don't know if I know y'all probably seen it, when he said, and it made sense, he said the regular season, this is what happened to Duran, and this is where the Pistons are going to have to make a decision.
Yep.
He said Duran, in the regular season, he's right. He was like, in a regular season, he get them 4 and 5 lobs, and he might get an and one. So think about it. He said, think about it, y'all. That's like 10 points.
Yep.
So Cleveland said, and Orlando said, we're not allowing that crap.
No, we're going to pack the paint. We're not going to guard a sore. And we are going to take away all your ability to get loose backside or run the baseline and lob it up. We're just not doing it. We're going to play drop cover off of you. That's it.
But the whole point of what he said was, which was true, he said, and they know it. Every coach said, we're not going to allow him to do that lob because he can't do really too much, nothing else. So that's why he was giving y'all 8 points. 8, 9.
That's it. And again, I'm always a big believer in what obviously Charles Barkley's not perfect, but I'm just saying in this one regard, this is a comment he made 15 years ago. Man, if you're over 6'8" and you play 30 minutes in this league and you don't have 10 rebounds, you're a bum.
Yes.
I mean, you're a bum. The ball's going to hit you in the head 10 times a night. Like, it's just, George, that was the whole thing. It was so funny Friday night. And again, the broadcast was atrocious Friday night. I mean, They treated Duran getting 15 and 9 like it was Wilt's 100-point game and he was holding up a piece of paper. Like, has the bar gotten so low that 15 and 9 we're building an effing statue?
Yes. Mike, as you know, that's what I like to call the C moment. See? He is good. He deserves all this money.
15 and 9?
We got Robin right here. We don't need to go find one.
Find people at David's church who'll give you 15 and 9.
I could do that, yes.
You get my point, David. Like, the idea of paying somebody $40 million a year and 15 and 9 is the justification for it. There's no planet. Not in today's league, there's not. 248-539-9797. We are going straight phones the rest of the hour, and we will move who said it, or not who said it. What the hell am I doing? My mind's already on Friday. We will move Can We Say That to 4 o'clock. It's 97.1. Listen, warm weather showed up today, 88. Now it looks like the world's going to end. Well, bottom line is, distracted drivers, they're all over the place, especially when the weather's nice. If you see it, God forbid you're a victim of it, you call David Feminino and the accident response team. You get in an accident, they got your back. David will fight to get you what you deserve. Don't let the insurance company run that show. Call 855-65-CRASH or go to getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. Okay, I want to get right back to the people. I do have a stat for you because we're trying to just put some value, beyond, hey, Game 7 sucked and, disaster class. I want to give you something. I thought CBS, it was a long read, but it was interesting. And it kind of proves what the meanie pants bleep holes from 2 to 6 on 97.1 have been saying to you, is that Assur and Duran can't play together if you plan on winning a championship. You can't play 3-on-5. It's not 2004. But the numbers that are generated it's pretty staggering. So we'll get to that at 3:30. I want to get right to the people. They've been very patient. Go to Shane. He's up next. Shane, how you doing, bud? What's going on?
Mike, Rico, what's up, guys?
Talk to me.
Hey, so I hadn't heard JB's thing there just until now, and I'm kind of chuckling. I'm not disappointed either. I'm disgusted. I'm disgusted about Game 7, how that went down. That was one of the most epic chokes I've ever seen in my life. I'm more disgusted with some of these fans that are, oh, hey, we made the playoffs again, and we survived to Game 7 in the first series. Those are the guys that are going to go print, Orlando Magic versus Detroit Game 7 T-shirts. It's just silly. We haven't had a championship in almost 20 years in this city, and I'm kind of disgusted with it. Can you imagine these fanboys when the Red Wings eventually will make the playoffs and get swept, how that's going to be? I'm just getting kind of fed up with it, guys. Something's got to give.
Yeah, and Shane, unfortunately, I think Todd McClellan, not because you mentioned the Wings, but because I think he was actually spot bang on in this town. I don't think people in this town want championships. I think this town has such PTSD from being the worst major four-sport town in America for a decade, lowest winning percentage. I think fans are just happy being relevant, having their stupid little songs, title belts, and the rest. But I don't think they want. I think they're afraid to go for it because what's on the other side is anguish.
I agree with you 100%.
Oh, Rico's sighing, Shane. Hold on a minute.
No. Okay.
Hold on,
Shane. I apologize.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Mike, I know I get on your nerves.
What a sales pitch.
When I tell you about Tigers fans and how they just want to go down there for the daiquiris and the sunshine and then have fun. If they win the game, great. So,
but you're right. Let me say it again, and you can record it. No. You're right.
This town, it's not about championships. This town is about being in the graphic. This town is about, at the end of the season, you see the name of the team
in the graphic,
in the hunt, in the playoff race. They have a chance. It's not about winning because, as you said, you've been so irrelevant for so long that I just want people to know that we're here. We're here and we're waiting for our table.
I guess I'm in the minority then because I'm not content. I'm not complacent.
No, but it's
I want something to happen with one of these teams, and I thought this maybe they like you said, maybe they shouldn't have been a number one seed, but their record proved it. They had a lot of work to do, but this is a weird playoff series.
It is, but Shane, here's the bottom line, brother.
Beating people.
The bottom line is your best hope has been, is now, and probably will be the Detroit Lions. And I know that sounds crazy, but the NFL, the parity, the volatility, that's your best shot. The Pistons don't have the star power. The Red Wings, forget it. They haven't even sat down on the toilet known as the playoffs, much less made a deposit. I'm
hoping then maybe Brad's listening to this kind of stuff or watching what happened last night that, I like our guys or wherever that saying is maybe it's time to step up and get another player or two.
Shane, what I'm saying is they're the closest to it. They have the star power. They have the coach. They have the playoff experience. They have a chip on their shoulder now after getting hit by a brick last year. I'm sorry, like the Pistons, this is cute, but it's always going to be this unless they materially change the construction of the roster. Hoping for that this summer. The Tigers' issue is going to clearly be this lineup. But this lineup, it's not optimal. It's bad.
I know you're saying that it's the Lions. They're the closest. I will still say, Mike, if you get the right person here for the Pistons, you can be that team because in basketball, David, quit shaking your head because in basketball, you can flip a team quickly. And for all the Pistons fans out there, like we were just 14 wins a few years ago.
Pistons fans. They are exactly what you just said.
Yep.
These so-called Pistons fans are just excited that 2 years ago we had 14 wins and now look at us. But
You got the coach talking that way.
Right, but I'm saying,
how could JB talk that way when they made the playoffs last year and you could have made a credible case they could have beat the Knicks? I still got to listen about Troy Weaver and me trying to hire kids from David's church to wear Sell the Team t-shirts in 2022.
And I'm talking about if you get a real player in here to go with Cade,
it's time.
You can use the Asar defense, you can, and all these other pieces, and you can bring all the gym class heroes off the bench and help and let them be the others when you play at home. I still think that this could be the team that can win it first.
Okay, and guess what? If they do that this summer, I will totally agree with you. They are one high-level player away.
Yeah, you got to be serious about this.
But the problem is, you know what this town's going to do? They've always done this. Well, we'll trade Rip for Kevin Garnett. No, you won't. Like, they're not going to like what it costs.
Wait, so you couldn't get Giannis for Giannis and B-Ball Paul?
No, that's my whole point. Like, whether it's Markkanen or Murphy or player not to be mentioned.
What if we threw in Karis LeVert?
Exactly. I'm going to tell you, when if people want to see a masterclass in awful off-ball or assignment defense, watch Karis and Tobias last night. Like, I'm not going to overly nerd out on this, but my God.
Man, we here to 6'10". Go for it.
Holy hell. We can do it later.
Karis almost broke his hip trying to get a layup on a Euro step. What are we doing?
No, but I know what you're talking with the defense, and I don't even think they unraveled as the game went on, and that lead went from 10
but
to 15
defensively,
to 20.
that was from Jump Street. Agree totally what you're saying.
Yeah.
They took the floor last night, and from the jump.
No, but it's like defensively, everybody wanted to get that pick six and take it all the way for a dunk.
It was crazy.
And then that was going to fire up the team, and they were going to go on a 30-0 run. And they stopped playing like a team. They played like five individuals. And
Tobias just played like Tobias.
He played like playoff Tobias. We made
Tobias.
You know
How
what?
about goodbye?
You can't make fun of James Harden unless you're willing to make fun of Tobias.
You can't say that about Unk.
Well, you just
did. Yeah, here, watch what he does now. Ready? Shot 1. Shot 2. Shot 3. Shot 4. Shot 5.
Yeah, he looked.
Shot 6. I mean, give me a break.
He looked like Grandpa T last night.
I don't think he's been the same since he
Unk.
blew his hip out.
Yeah. He wasn't looking like Unk.
Look, he could come back on a veteran minimum. Be happy to have him. He could come back on a mid-level exception. He's the team's fourth option. Fine. But there's just no scenario I could pay him anything close to what he's making now. He served his purpose. He's been a good influence. He's been a good soldier.
And that's what
They've
I'm
gone
saying.
as far as they can go.
If Trajan will just, you know what, do something that the other GMs and people around this city won't do. Look at what you got. Be honest with yourself, and let's make it better.
Take a risk.
Yes.
Take a risk.
Yes.
The other thing, we include Mason's rights in the deal.
I really wanted one last Detroit basketball just to see if he would do it.
There's nothing better than sad Mason as the team's down 40 and you just look at the sidelines and there's just an empty flat brim.
Bruh.
And it's just ultimate agony.
Mike, even if he wanted to do the Detroit basketball, there was nobody there.
No, that emptied out quick.
It was empty seats.
And I'm not mad at
and
people.
It was Cavs fans and empty seats like, wow. I mean, it was somebody called in a bomb threat at the end of the third because it was just people going up the aisles like, I've seen enough. Poor Cookies finally just said enough is enough.
I love that he goes to all these events and just gets kicked in the wang. Cookies he's the white angel of death.
He's like, should I go? Should I leave? What are you asking the question for? You got to get up at 4:00 in the morning. Then
for once, I think John was the smarter of the duo. John just rolled up on the air today and was like, I didn't even watch. A bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how that plays out.
we get that for who said it.
I was in a coma by the time the third quarter came around. I listened, I shook my head, and I half respected it. I go, you know what? He may have been the smartest of the whole group here. I mean, what the hell? I just couldn't believe how bad it was. It was a car wreck. But then, like, with 5 minutes left in the third, they quit. I've never seen this group do that. They quit.
See, I was expecting, okay, in the second quarter, all right, this is where it kicks in.
Here comes the run.
Because every NBA game ends up tied at some point.
Guys, Cade threw it to Jared Allen, who was on the ground.
It was tough.
Also, a good look.
Also, Cade
mistakes were made.
Didn't score in the second half.
No, a free throw.
No, not from the field. I'm sorry. Look,
you know what?
No, I can't be mad at Cade.
No, I
can't.
Oh no, Cade is the last person I'm going to get upset about because I said it. He'll never admit this because he's too classy of a person. I do think the collapsed lung had something to do with this, and the fact that
the collapsed lung of Jalen Duren. Yes.
No, and I have to carry my whole team, so I don't get to sit down. I don't get breaks because when I get breaks, we lose.
I just didn't understand the rules that if you dated Angel Reese, you had to play like her.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mike's gonna play you off until 6 o'clock,
dude.
Mike,
yeah, no, he's not.
That may have been your line of the year.
Did you see it this weekend? I saw a video clip. There was an article all about it's this big deal about her debuting in Atlanta. And they interviewed her before the game. She's like, I know I'm a great player. Cutscene. She went 1 for 10 with 8 turnovers. When are we going to stop platforming her?
But
she can't make layups.
But she got 20 rebounds off of those misses.
They're
right?
her own misses. She's Ricky Davis when he missed a shot on purpose to get a triple-double with the Magic 20 years ago.
The fact that she has her own thing called me bounds.
Because we are a dumb society. We have platformed. It's just oh my God, I know I'm a great player. Who? Who told you that? Because they might be the most dishonest person in your life, Angel.
They were asking her about Asia Wilson, who was multiple-time MVP.
Hasn't she won the MVP 5 times?
3 times, something like that.
She's like female LeBron.
And championships, yes.
Cutscene, clang.
I've never seen anybody who self-glosses herself like Angel Reese.
It's remarkable.
She will tell you that she's the best because she looks in the mirror every day and is told that.
It's remarkable. But yeah.
You're the best. No, you're the best.
You got this. No, you don't.
2-4. Thanks for saying that.
2-4. I tell you, the Duren fall off is wild. And I understand they're going to keep him. But I would never be able to negotiate a deal.
You got to have a hard cap of what you're going to pay him.
I'd redline it at 30 a year. I couldn't go above that.
Right.
And the reason I say 30 before people yell at me, understand the average NBA starter's making 22. So I'll pay you above that, but I'm not going to go where you wanted to go because the regular season's not real. Now, here's where you could pay him, but it can't come at the cost of a number 2. If I pay him knowing I'm going to get a Markkanen's presence, I think, could make Duren worth 40 a year by the spacing it would create. Okay. He would operate with impunity in the paint. Because teams couldn't pack the paint because your 7-1 stretch 4 is going to shoot 38% from 3 and kill him.
I got a question I want to ask you about that.
What a radio tease.
I'll give that to you next.
We got to get a Mason intro for Rico. Live from Comic-Con. All right, go ahead. Talk to the people.
Hey, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Why? Because Andrew and the sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer, and they're going to guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount and rebate and incentive to save you some money. So get into Hamilton Chevrolet right now and hit the road on the great deals of their massive inventory. The selection is best right now. And the good thing is they're ready for immediate delivery, including the May Rico deal, a new 2026 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4 as low as $249 a month for 24 months. Walk into Hamilton with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Just stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet and tell them Rico sent you. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
All right, Rico, you had a question before we had a break, and then I know we got to check on text for the first time in an hour, and then we'll get to the phones. Now, what can I do for you?
No, here's the thing. If the Pistons hypothetically make the trade, or they bring in Larry Markkinen, and you pay Duren, does that mean you got to let Asar go?
Probably.
Because I don't think you can keep all three in here. So
No, it would depend on what you pay Duren, and then you look at the rest of the roster. So, for instance, Duncan Robinson only has $2 million guaranteed of his 15 or whatever it is. He's gone. All right, there's 13 freed up. I take my first-round pick this year at 21. I package it with LeVert. Somebody take his dead body. Okay, gone. Now there's another, 12 mil. You don't owe Dennis anything. You don't owe several players anything.
Dennis just signed a 3-year deal, I thought.
It's only this year was guaranteed. Next year's not. You can keep him, though.
I got you.
I think that the way you would do it, and this is not going to be popular, so I don't want to get yelled at, I think it's probably time to move on from Beef Stew. It's not that Beef Stew did anything wrong. It's just at $16 million a year, and everyone has a fetish for the backup of the backup. You're going to pay Duren, and you'll have B-Ball Paul as his primary backup. Well, what about Beef Stew? You can't keep him here at $16 million a year. You know what? You know where your value is going to get with Beef Stew? Championship teams that need size will pay through the nose to get a guy like him. They will. A rim protector, 15 mil. And if you're paying Duren, you can't pay him too. Because then you would have, Rico, you'd have almost $60 million of center. And neither of them can score worth a bleep.
No, I'm just wondering, if you did that with Duren, because Asar's contract is going to be coming up too. And, to me,
there's the problem.
He's the more valuable.
I got bad news for you, brother. If you trade for Markkinen, Asar's in the deal. I'd hate to, I don't want to ruin Christmas. All right. No, I'm just shooting you straight. Because if I'm Utah, I just traded for Jaren Jackson Jr., who can shoot the three and space the floor, which means I can have Asar stand in the corner and run the baseline. I get my lockdown defender in the West, so now I can put somebody on, name a guy besides SGA.
I got you, but he's the stop sign.
Brother, I'm not making the rules of engagement.
I know.
But if I look at the tradable assets on this team, no disrespect to Ron Holland, what's he worth?
No, Asar is your most tradable asset because he...
Pick 21, what's it worth?
Nothing.
Your future ones, what are they worth? You have to give to get.
Right.
If I'm Utah... I'm asking for Asar plus. You're going to hate what it's going to cost you. You're going to hate it. Mm-hmm. I don't care. Here, if I call New Orleans tomorrow, you know what New Orleans is going to ask for?
No, because here's the thing. Utah may try to fleece you the way the Wizards are going to try to fleece Utah to swap picks for 1 and 2. So they're going to try to recuperate that and be like, okay, give us your number one this year, give us your number one next year, and give us the script.
Do it the other way. Who's the more expensive contract to sign, Duren or Asar? It's Duren. You could extend Asar early. You could move on from Duren. Then you would recalibrate your allocations, and maybe it's different. Look, I don't know what the right move is. I'm being very open about it.
No.
I just view it as the Duren question becomes, am I paying for what he's done or what he's going to do? If I'm going to pay him $40 a year, it's got to be based on what he's going to do. But much like Cade, I'm not caping up for him, but in order for Duren to be his best self, I've got to have better spacing. How do I do that? I need a legit stretch four, not hanging with Mr. Cooper, a.k.a. Tobias Harris, who's like 40. I need a legitimate all-star caliber stretch. That's going to cost. Whether it's Murphy, whether it's Markkinen, whether it's a player we haven't talked about. And you're going to bleed. But I don't see if Trajan got that deal done without dealing Asar Thompson, make him executive of the year. But I don't see a way it gets done.
No, I can see that.
David, the text.
Thanks for answering my question.
Thank you for the question. First-time caller. David?
I think they're not one, but two players away. Not only do they need a legit number 2 scorer, but they absolutely must get a real point guard ball handler and get Cade off the ball. The turnovers are a major issue.
Listen, that would be something, and again, this is the issue. If you want to say, well, we have that guy, it's Dennis Jenkins, that's just where we disagree. He's a G League try hard. He's a great story. Is he really somebody that should be getting 25 minutes deep into the playoffs? No. That's where you need an upgrade. But I can't fix everything all the time. At a certain point, they're going to have to draft it. I mean, I'm not crushing anybody here. But the fact that Ron Holland could give you nothing in year 2, the fact that none of your picks, I mean, Bobby Klintman, I don't even know if he's on this side of the ocean. Chaz Lanier in mothballs. Like, you have to be able to get something from your picks. Otherwise, why have them?
Yeah, and pick 22? I don't know.
This is 21 or 22.
It's going to be a deep draft, so maybe you get lucky.
But see to me, they're going to need that. They're going to need.
They find their new version of Tayshaun Prince. The guy
they're going to need. That pick is going to be the first step of 17 things they got to give to get the player they need. True. This is the prop. This is where I mocked their approach when I said in March and February they're trying to be Oklahoma City. One problem: they're missing 18 first-round picks. You don't get to play the way Presti's playing. So now you don't have a war chest. And I'm fine that, cool, like he moved up with that Kevin Huerter deal. Rico, they're going to have to empty the coffers to do this.
Yeah. No, you're right. My thing is, how does this affect Asar? But like you said, Asar is going to be part of that move.
Hey, if he ain't here, it doesn't affect me. 2-4. I mean, I'm just saying, and again, if you want to keep him, I'll give you the data next segment about those two playing together. You tell me what you want. David, go ahead with the text, buddy.
I don't care if Cade is the only player on this roster on next year's team. I am loyal to nobody on this roster. I think all Pistons fans feel the same way, especially after Duren's performance.
Oh, I don't think they feel that way at all. They're all dogs. We can't get rid of our dogs. Play the song. That's like if I texted in. If your name's not Cade, I'm having a conversation about it. And honestly, I'm fine if they want to keep Asar. Asar could be fixable. I just got to lock him in a gym this summer, and I got to make him take 1,000 threes from the corner. I just need you to be Bobby Portis.
So don't airball is what you're saying?
No, so you're saying basically the Steph Curry summer where his father said, hey, if you want to go to the league, shoot 1,000.
I just need you to learn how to hit 40% from the corner. Nowhere else. I could live with it. Because, again, he's deployable. He could guard 4 positions.
Well, here's where that would actually work, because nobody's going to guard him for probably the first 15 games of the year.
It's open run.
It is. Like, we're going to find out if this works, because if you see him in the corner at the three-point line, nobody better go close out on him. Just let him shoot. And, Mike, it's like watching Cohen Carr. You want to shoot the three? Shoot the three.
Oh, God. David, go ahead.
Bickerstaff said be positive. Screw that. You got blown out in game 7. Be positive about what?
I'm positive about this, JB. You've never touched anywhere past the second round. Okay? I'm positive. It's a wild comment when you get drilled by 100 at home in a game 7.
I like your question.
That's great. Nobody liked the game. We'll call it even. What a wild approach.
Hey, let me say it in a different way. So, how are you feeling now that you've lost game 7? It's you guys are good. Headed to Cancun for vacation. How does this work?
Here, sorry I used such vitriolic language like disappointed. What did you make of losing by 50?
Tell us about your feelings.
Well, then don't accept me. I don't care. I get paid every 2 weeks. Oh, my God. I'm not accepted by JB. Ah!
Anything other than losing by 31 points is unacceptable.
Yeah, right. Here, you know what's unacceptable? You were down by 40 in a game 7. You had the worst offensive game for the Detroit Pistons in the last 4 seasons. There has not been a game you missed that many shots.
No.
You got bodied on the boards. You got bodied in the paint. There. I'd really be talking about what's acceptable, losing by 45.
I mean, they couldn't even say anything on the post-game show on Amazon. They were just like, so that happened.
You're exactly right.
I mean, they were trying to...
That game was so bad, they put police tape around the court.
Right. The players were looking for an exit with the fans. Right. Oh, you're leaving? Can I go with you?
Hey, Blake, how do you feel? No, I wasn't a Piston
I don't
for
know.
like 5 minutes.
Run the Wingstop commercial again. I don't know. 248-539-9797. I mean, I think, what is there to say? Dirk, anything? Guten Tag. There's nothing. No. FanDuel, giving you payouts on same-game parlays. If you had one on the Cavs, you hit, that's for sure. Same-game parlays, bigger payouts. Nobody does it better than FanDuel. If you're betting SGPs in the NBA postseason, it's FanDuel. Go to FanDuel.com/Michigan to get started. FanDuel, official partner of the NBA. Play your game. 21 and up, present Michigan. Gambling problem, you call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. Let's get straight to the people. I can get you that stat regarding Duren and Thompson in the 4 o'clock. We'll go to Q, who's been very patient. Q, it's nice to have you back. What's going on?
Hey, Mike. Last night was really, really disappointing to say the least. But the one benefit, I guess, that came from last night is, like you guys said before, it now removes any certain level of doubt of where we actually are when it comes to this team. And so the only way to do it is to go out and take a risk and actually go and get better. Now, as far as who that is, it sounds like, you guys are more toward, going with a stretch four to open up Duren, but I would personally like to see a second ball handler in the midst of somebody like a Devin Booker or a Kyrie, even if you want to take that risk, just because I think it's paramount to get somebody to allow Cade to play off ball at times so he doesn't always have to handle it.
Let me attack the two names you brought up. Let's have some fun, and I'll just give you my concerns, and you can shred them or whatever you like. Kyrie, culturally, forget about it. Not a fit. I've already experienced Kyrie with my team. You don't want no part of that. You're basically bleeping in the swimming pool. No, hold on. Culturally, not a fit here.
Okay.
But here's the other one. You brought up Devin Booker. Here's my problem. Factually, 4 of the last 5 years, he's gotten worse shooting the three-pointer. Basically, it's been a decline since the 2021 finals appearance. 2, brittle. 3, he just signed a 2-year, $143 million extension. That is $70 million a year, Q. I'm going to go ahead and pass on that because my head hurts thinking about the mathematics. I just can't go there.
No, I understand the risk, but it's going to be a risk anywhere you sign. Like Laurie Market, none of what's going to take. None of this is going to be cheap.
No, it's not. But I'd rather have a guy in his mid-20s who's 7 feet tall and shoots 38% from deep and is one of the most skilled bigs in the league. Because if I am able to drag defenders out of the paint, Duren is only going to be heightened. It makes me feel better about the investment in Duren. Versus, okay, I have this backcourt. I'm still going to be able to pack the paint.
Okay, I hear you. So I guess I just want to challenge that just because it sounds like you are convinced that if you're keeping either Duren or Sarr, you'd rather have Duren. And
No. I'm open to the discussion, Q. If you wanted to bring up the Asur piece, he's going to be cheaper and he can guard 4 positions. Duren can't. And honestly, I'd be willing to risk it if you could just become Bobby Portis, corner 3 specialist. Like, could we just teach you that? And he could be a nuclear warhead for this team.
No, I agree. And look, there's risk in keeping one or either of them. But like you said, unless one of them creates a consistent outside shot, you can't keep both.
No.
You can't.
No, and Q, you segued right into it, so I may as well just do it now, and then we'll get back to the phones. So this is a little long-winded, but let me just give this to you. So CBS wrote a long piece, and it's basically what we've been saying on the show for a while. You're never going to win anything of substance with Asur and Duren in your starting 5 in the playoffs. Not going to happen. Okay. So basically, after they got done trashing him, before Game 7, Duren averaged 3 points more a game with almost a turnover less a game per 75 possessions without Thompson on the floor. But the true shooting percentage for Duren moved up over 10%. Now, with both Thompson and Duren on the floor, this is the part I read you earlier, Detroit's half-court offense averaged 88.4 points per 100 possessions. That's the worst regular season half-court offense was the Brooklyn Nets, 91.6. You were worse than the Brooklyn Nets in the playoffs when these two were together. So when Duren played without Thompson, that figure jumps from 88.4 to 104.4. I mean, there's more in here, but I can just stop there. They don't work together in the playoffs. Forget a February night, and you're playing some YMCA team on getaway day, and they're sitting 3 players. This is where the pudding is made, right here.
Bro, yeah, because it's 3-on-5, and at least to me, Thompson gets you defense. Like if Duren was able to go out there and just, all right, I'm going to collect 10 to 13 rebounds a game, maybe, and just kick it back out to you guys. You keep shooting,
right?
And we'll just guard the rim. But
look, and that's the problem. And again, these are all just conversations. No one's planting a flag, but organizationally, I mean, they could look each other in the eye and go, look, we're paying Beefs too, 16. We like B-Ball Paul. Both these guys are capable of taking and making a three. Not at a super high level, but they're a threat. You can't leave them unguarded. They'll rise and fire. When you look at Thompson's impact negatively on your offense, Rico, and you know this because you've watched more basketball than 100 humans combined, what Thompson does is screw up the off-ball action. Like in the Orlando series, why was Jalen Suggs allowed to basically run all over the place? He wasn't guarding Thompson. You can jump every lane, you can jump every screen, you can be aggressive. You're messing up all the off-ball action.
No, you're right. You only have to play token defense, just enough. Like you can wave your arm and I'm kind of guarding you, but you're really 5 feet away from me.
Right. That's the impact. And these are the discussions they have to have. Because if this is truly the road they want to go down, and this has been my issue with this organization since I came here in the late 90s. They've just tried to build all these variations of the bad boys. Ain't happening. Stop it. You're being stubborn. It's silly. This group has gone as far as they can go as currently constituted, period. They are just brutal offensively in the half court. Now, if they can get 25 points off turnovers, that's different.
I wish they'd try to rebuild the going to work Pistons.
I don't, because that was just another version of the bad boys. 73-67.
It was a different time, a different era. They played one game.
You're right. It was worse. It was actually worse than this.
They played one game with the Pacers where they, struggled to score.
Why don't you pull off that playoff run?
Yeah,
pull that up.
Hey, play the song.
No. Yeah, right. Okay. 97-1. Go to hell.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Tigers ace Tarek Skubal is moving his rehab from Lakeland to Detroit. He's already thrown off the mound once and plans to do so again today. The Tigers start a 4-game series with the AL Central leading Guardians tonight. Slade Ciccone takes the mound for Cleveland. He's been a bit up and down, carrying a 5.60 ERA. Framber Valdez starts for Detroit. He's coming off that suspension last week where he threw 6 2/3 innings, allowing 2 earned runs and 2 walks while striking out 7. 6:40 the first pitch right here on 97.1 as long as that rain holds off. The rest of the lineup has Keith, McGonigal, and Dingler at the top. Green, Torkelson, McKinstry in the middle. Bierling, Perez, and Short rounded out. They'll be sporting the Motor City Connect uniforms. Mike actually has one on right now. Pistons beat writer Amari Sankofa.
Short and Perez?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Oh.
I'm sorry. Don't kill the messenger. Pistons beat writer Amari Sankofa does not see the Pistons offering Jalen Duren a max deal after his playoff performance, but, quote, since an NBA team with cap space can offer a maximum of up to $44.3 million per year, hello, Los Angeles Lakers, question mark, a deal with the Pistons likely still would cross $40 million annually, end quote. Michigan basketball is planning a summer foreign tour in Lithuania and Croatia this August as well. According to ESPN, the 2028 NFL draft expected to be awarded to Minnesota, while league voters are also expected to approve a 2030 Super Bowl in Nashville. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, it is Monday. We'll take a quick break because it's time. We got to finish. Can we say that? David? Yes, Rico.
Gentlemen, SGA wins the MVP. Can we say it's going to be a while before we get a U.S.-born player to win the MVP in the NBA?
No, because I think Cade is America's best opportunity, and I do. I think if the Pistons provide a number 2, it's going to unlock another level for him. But it's Wemby and SGA are your favorites. I think Jokic clearly is on the backside.
So, yeah,
I'll say, look, Cade has a shot.
Right.
If you said in the next 5 years, will Cade win an MVP? I'd bet yes.
Okay. No, only because I'm thinking Wemby's probably about to hit his pretty soon. And, yeah, you had Jokic, SGA, Wemby.
It's over. The last American to win an MVP was James Harden. So it's over. It will be a long time before another American wins it.
Cade for America.
I love it, but Rico's right. Wemby's right there.
It's like tis now in the 2001 Breeders' Cup.
So
for America.
So Tatum,
kitty cat.
Just ask.
You got Luka that's gonna
You
probably
know
win
what
one.
Tatum.
Yeah.
You know what Tatum.
I forgot about Luka.
Tatum should have a catio.
Luka actually finished ahead of Cade in the voting.
But he didn't get a first place vote.
You know what? Let's stick with your Celtics.
Somebody come get Jaylen Brown, will you please?
Let's stick with your Celtics, Mike. What the heck is going on with Jaylen Brown?
I think he's trying to get traded.
Can we say that Jaylen Brown needs to focus on basketball and leave Stephen A. alone?
Nah, look, I think he's trying to get traded. I think he's in his feelings. I think this has always been an underlying thing. He won the NBA Finals MVP. Tatum ends up getting hurt. He becomes the number 1 this year. He makes the stupid stream after Game 7. He talks about how this was his favorite year ever. Really? You bombed out against the Sixers, you bums. And now you're in a fight with Stephen A. Smith. I don't think Jaylen Brown's going to be a Celtic next year, and I'm more than fine with it. I'm done.
Stephen A. has threatened him. You better leave me alone because I got dirt on you that I've been trying to keep quiet.
Okay.
I don't know what that means.
I don't either, but I'm tired of both people in this instance. Okay? What is this, high school, Stephen? What are you, Mean Girls? You driving to school with Lindsay Lohan?
Wednesdays we wear pink. Go ahead, David.
So could this be a Giannis Shams situation where they're using each other?
Yeah.
Brown is using Stephen A. to get himself out of here.
Look, I truly believe they're going to make that move. I do. The Celtics cannot win as currently constituted, aside from the fact they're cat enthusiasts. I think Missoula ball has failed, despite winning a championship, with 3 early playoff exits, and they've got to have a presence down low. They've got to have the ability to get a 2-piece. Not everything has to be. Look, I love shooting the 3, and I love the analytics, but if it's not going well, why don't we go take 2? Giannis would be a great fit for them. I don't know if the guy wants to play there. But who's got something better to offer the Bucks than the Celtics? Probably nobody.
That's true. Can we say that the Tampa Bay Rays may be the biggest surprise in baseball so far, with a payroll of $85 million, 24th biggest payroll, but they're leading the East.
Yeah, and it's kind of who they've been for 15 years. I mean, this is what they've always done. I know they haven't won the World Series. They went to one at least. I'm not surprised. Their minor league system is fantastic.
Yeah.
Their pitching progression and development is fantastic.
I guess I look at their division and all the money spent in that division, and they're like the poverty team.
They can have fun, but much like the Pistons, I don't think they're ever going to win anything as currently constituted. They'll go to the playoffs.
So money ball.
Yeah, and then they'll do what the Rays do. They'll lose.
Optionality.
And they'll lose.
I mean, somebody else in that division has to be good, right? Toronto's falling off. Boston is nowhere to be found. Baltimore just whatever. So somebody had to do it.
It's the Yankees and Rays.
Yeah.
And honestly, with the AL being what it is, they'd totally have to fall apart to miss the playoffs.
You're exactly
They're both
right.
in.
But it was just the fact that they really
don't have
aren't
a payroll
spending.
that's high. Yeah,
and
you're
it was
right.
like, hey, we're at the top.
And one of their best pitchers died. Ryan Pepiot's really good. He's toast.
All right, let's just get to this.
What?
David, can we say that this is Aaron Rodgers' last year?
Oh, boy.
I don't know.
I thought about you when the news broke over the weekend. He's back.
Of course, this guy does it the way he wants to do it. OTA started today, so he comes in there, signs his deal, shows up so the cameras can be there, seeing him practice, throwing the ball to Pittman. He did throw a ball that he can catch today. It was a nice video that they posted today. I hope it's his last year. I doubt that it is.
Did he throw it from behind his back?
He did.
Because that's only one that counts. You weren't here for that, Mike.
Oh, what, the Bryce Underwood thing?
Yeah.
As a linebacker just gave up on the play.
Guys, this isn't a can we say, but it's more of a question. Who needs more? Okay.
Never forget Friday. What a moment.
Who needs more help, I guess, for that second player? Is it Cade Cunningham or Anthony Edwards?
Wow. Can we just call that a push? I'm being serious. They're both splendid. But man, Duran is Randall. Randall is Duran. Like a Gobert and Uncle T. It's so similar. The only reason I would say Edwards is because the West is tougher. But they both desperately need their Robin because the others just aren't good enough.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to cop out. That's a really good question.
That is a good question. I'm going to say Cade. I'm going to say Cade right now. It was interesting post-game when they talked about, I think it was Gobert who talked about people in their mood swings. He was talking about Randall. Randall will get in some modes there where he will not want to play because he's pouting, and they need something.
The way he enunciates, it's just remarkable.
Being that this is the Comedy Central that the Tigers play in, can we say the Chicago White Sox will be challenging for this division?
No.
All the way to the end of the year?
They would need to get to August 1st for me to believe. I think it's easier to have a hot start or to be competitive early. The way your roster erodes and gets worn down and injuries, I need to see that over the long haul. It's been a fun surprise. I can't. I would need to get through the trade deadline. I'm going to say no.
Yeah,
What?
I guess it's wait and see. I do enjoy Murakami, though. I do enjoy watching him hit home runs and the way what he's doing right now. But it's the White Sox, so I think things will kind of even out.
Can we say that it will be LeBron and not Giannis will be the biggest offseason acquisition?
No. I mean, I look, I think LeBron, if he chooses wisely, like if he goes to Cleveland and starts at small forward for them on a veteran minimum, that's incredible impact. But I think if he goes to Golden State like you believe, I don't think that makes a damn bit of difference. So I'll say no. I still think Giannis will be the piece. Markkanen would be a bigger move. These are players that are still prime. LeBron at this stage of his career as a third option. Imagine him with Cleveland next year.
I plead the fifth. I'm not talking LeBron James.
Okay. Oh, for God's sakes.
All right. Well, how about this? Can we say that it's time for the Clippers to move on from Kawhi Leonard?
Yeah, the problem is there's no team on Mars to take him. Who would want him at this point?
A team may not have to take him. They may be forced to let him go because of the whole investigation thing.
Okay,
so he
fine.
may become a free agent on his own.
You could offer him here to me for free. I wouldn't take him.
Really?
He's a nutbag.
If he came in for the veteran minimum.
Okay, all right. Now we're doing wholly unreal. Okay,
No,
I
you're
was
saying that you wouldn't
unrealistic,
take
and
him.
so are you. Okay, fair. Let's start over. I don't want him if I have to pay him money. Okay? There. I think the guy's a nut. He's never available. He's one of the quirkiest human beings ever. And I'm sorry, dude. That shot against Philly was like 8 years ago now. A long time ago. Wow. When he did the laugh thing and won the championship. It's like a decade ago.
It was a while ago.
Let's just say I'd rather deal with Uncle T and not Kawhi's uncle.
Illegal cockfighting.
Just stay away from Kawhi.
Okay.
Stay away from the chicken arena or wherever they were in Puerto Rico.
Last one. Mike.
Yes.
This screams you all over it.
All right.
Can we say that the Seattle Seahawks are the poster child for the NFL's scheduling problem? They play a game every day of the week next season except on a Tuesday.
Okay. Say
who does?
The Seahawks.
What are you, an owl?
Yeah.
Who?
Wow.
They will play a game on every day of the week except they're doing what the Steelers did during the pandemic.
But that was COVID.
Not only will I say yes to this, but let me add what they're the poster child to as well. Super Bowl collapse. The Seattle Seahawks will not make the playoffs.
I can see that. I don't think it's not that they don't care.
No, it's that Sam Darnold's their quarterback.
They're hungover.
Having Sam Darnold as your quarterback is having Dennis Jenkins lead you in scoring in a playoff game. I can't.
No.
I didn't say you can't win with a ginger. I just said he's no good. Now I've altered positions.
He made it. He got the ring.
That's fine.
Dennis
collapse
is booked. You know what? Dennis is waiting at Spirit Airlines, wondering where's the flights.
I'll say this: 2027 is being set up well for them. Because people will have the excuse of what you just said about the schedule. And then they'll say, oh, well, they lost this and they lost that. I had a first place schedule.
Oh, God,
and then
this
2027 will come around and say everything will flip for them.
Yeah.
They'll get the comp picks for everything they lost. They'll get a last place schedule. And they'll get that.
So, yeah, fish throwing and
poor Shabbat. Yeah. It doesn't matter. That drop is forever now.
So, yeah.
Just the way he said it made it a drop. That's the problem.
Why did he say it like that?
Because he sounded like Anchorman with the. That's what they teach people on the other side of the building. The over enunciation, like I'm a newscaster. So he just really pronounced that word.
And Michael, real quick, David, I know the music stopped. I'm going to say this. You said in Seattle falling off. We may have the first time that both Super Bowl teams don't make the playoffs. Because I don't believe in the Patriots either.
I dig it.
So, all right. That's Can We Say That? 97-1. Well, you know what? I wasn't throwing chairs in the basement, but it was pretty bad watching the Pistons. But hey, down in the basement, it felt good. Why? Because Matrix Basements took an unfinished basement from me, tricked it out, and now it is my go-to spot to watch games, even bad games, maybe the worst game ever. And that was the Pistons game. But hey, go to matrixbasements.com because, you know, you've been saying that you want to get yours done and you've been talking about it for maybe months, maybe even years, complaining to everybody who would listen how this year I'm going to get it done. Make this the year. Matrixbasements.com. Let their award-winning design staff draw up a plan for you, specifically for you, and before you know it, you're going to have the go-to man cave of all your boys. Go to Matrix Basements right now. Matrixbasements.com. Design that pays off.
All right. So if you missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind. Obviously, Pistons are the story of the day. We do want to spend just, 15 minutes or so today on the Tigers briefly, because this is kind of a pivotal week. I mean, I understand it's not do or die, but guys, it's as important as it gets within the first, third or half of your season. You got a 4-game set here. Yeah, you've lost 4 straight series. You're losing to a bunch of bad teams. You're 5.5 out, plus Cleveland's got 3 games in hand. So, yeah, we'll get to that. But the Pistons, look, that's the main deal. And I said what I said to start the show. I stand by it. There's no malice behind it. It's just me being real. In a time where very few people are real with you, you can love me or hate me. It's your prerogative, but I'm real with you. I'm glad last night happened the way it did. Oh, my God, why would you say that? Simple, hear me out. Because teams in this city need to get slapped around once in a while to wake up. Everybody, Rico does the Coney thing. Every team in this town sits at the same table and they pass around a bong and they all get high on their own supply. For the Pistons, the idea that this front office would play grab ass and be all slap happy this summer with how smart they are, as if they were close to anything other than just being a piñata in the final, no. I'm glad they got bombed by 50 last night, because now Trajan's got to earn his money. Trajan can't just sit there. He can't offer you Karis LeVert. He can't sit a deadline out. He can't sit the draft out. Cade deserves, and you, the paying customer, you deserve a second star in this town with this team so they can truly open their championship window. So in the grand scheme, unless you were a delusional goofball who thought this team was somehow awesome, last night, if you're going to go down in flames. It beats losing at the buzzer. Yeah. I just brought up Kawhi beating the Sixers 7-8 years ago. I'd never want to lose a series like that.
No. Last night, every Pistons fan went through all the stages of grief, and they were hitting acceptance as they hopped in their car or they turned off the set and said, you know what, enough's enough. You went through everything. Okay, well, if we could just get this lineup in, if we could just you went through the bargaining, you went through the denial, you went through everything. It was better for it was as a blowout because, as you said, now you realize we are not that close. We are not just, we can just tweak this thing. No, you need to do an overhaul. You need to bring in some more bodies and better players.
And it's proof the regular season doesn't mean a damn thing. And 2, this is the other thing, and I really got annoyed with Bickerstaff because it's this symptomatic thing that they do. Well, we've come so far. You made the playoffs last year. You had a credible case to get out of the first round last year. When are we going to let go of what was? So we're rapping about it. And look, Rico and I are aligned on this. I mean, this has to be an A-plus offseason. If you want your championship window to open, effort and defense aren't going to do it. Talent will. Last night was about talent. And you don't have enough of it. And when talent locks in, that's what it looks like. And it's pretty damn scary. So you're not OKC. You don't have 18 first-round picks. And you don't have Sam Presti. Right. So we don't get to do those things. I would like to know where you're at. And if you want to do the offseason thing, we've talked about it. You want to have the Duren and Asor conversation, we could talk about it. I'm not mad if anybody says, listen, extend Asor, he'd be cheaper, move on from Duren. We could talk about it. I don't think it's going to happen. And I'll tell you this, Asur Thompson is your biggest trade piece. Because ultimately, if I'm in the market for a Trey Murphy, if I'm in the market for a Markkanen, what's the first thing they're going to ask for? It's going to be Asur Thompson. You don't have a lot to trade. That's really your problem. Nobody wants your gym class heroes. Ron Holland, I don't know what marketability he has. He's a DNP CD. And then what do you get to? Pick 21?
Yeah, and there's
Chaz Lanier?
And I know Pistons fans, we love to do this something for nothing. We'll give you just
ain't happening.
A bag of beans, and we want, Giannis. That doesn't work that way. You're right. You're going to have to give up something. And, yeah, right now, because of his age, because of what he does, and I think he got paid the ultimate compliment by the Cavs is Asar when they said, wherever he was, we didn't want to be there.
They treated him like Sauce Gardner.
Yeah,
We're just going to go the other way.
Yeah, shut down receiver. And it's like, yep, we're going to go to the other side of the court, and we're going to make sure that he's not going to be involved in the play.
But we're keeping it kind of as an open conversation for you guys because I don't think it's just worth venting over. I don't think it's just worth talking about the offseason. I think the JB comments are interesting. There's a lot to unravel here. So fire away. 248-539-9797. We'll get to the people. We'll go to Chris, 97.1. Chris, how you doing, bud?
Hey, guys. Long time no talk.
What's the word?
Well, the word, first of all, I called about JB in comments, which I'll get to, but
yes.
the word for me is I'm disappointed because I was expecting to call, I'm Mr. New York Knicks here. And I was really expecting to have good banter with Pistons and the fans and stuff after everything. And I'm very disappointed that they did not come through. I'm not taking a victory lap. I'm seriously a little shocked because I thought it was going to be the Pistons and the Knicks, but
it was going to be a nasty series if they got there.
It was, and with them playing back-to-back 7-game series, I still was going with my Knicks. But
yeah, of course.
I'm sure we would have lost a couple soldiers along the way ourselves. But okay, so the Bickerstaff thing, Mike, for a fact. Those comments don't fly in New York, Boston, or any other market.
No.
They don't. They torch him. In fact, he's probably on the next train out. You can't play the pity role. I've been telling a lot of my friends that are Pistons fans and stuff, he needs to stop the chirping and complaining, especially in the playoffs. And you're in a 7-game series. If you're complaining about fouls and stuff, those officials follow you in those series. You're with the same set of officials usually. They're going to remember you. Let your players complain. A lot of those guys are just faceless to the refs until they're doing it to their face. But in the post game and stuff like that, Bickerstaff can't do that. He's not going to get those calls. He has nothing to prove. And the things he's saying, we're not disappointed, we're proud, this and that, to me, it sounds like he's just happy to be here. That's kind of like a loser mentality. And I'm not calling him a loser because I've been his biggest, critic, you could say, but I think he's a great coach, but he does not have the cachet to do these things. Like you said, no rings, a pretty bad
He's never been out in the second round, and he talks like he's Red Auerbach. I think he's hilarious. I mean, I don't take any of this serious. I just think it's hilarious. How he's up on this ivory tower. Any negativity is unacceptable. What are you, a camp counselor? You just lost by 40 at home in a game 7.
Right, and the other thing is, I think the fact that it's him doing that all the time, chirping in the refs' ears.
Oh, it's
I don't
unbelievable.
even think they know who's talking. I think they think it's a fan in the front row that needs a drink.
No, it's Chris. It's overbearing because the reality of it is your stars. Cade is the one player on this team that can have an open discourse with the refs. Bickerstaff, from the time the team comes out for a layup line to the time the game is over, is non-stop with the officials, to the point where, Rico and I joked about it. In the old days, Dick Pavetta, Steve Javi, I'd throw this guy out of the game in 6 minutes. I'm not listening to this. Who the hell are you?
Yep, I'm a little disappointed, like I said, selfishly, because I did want to see the Knicks and the Pistons just from everything that happened last year and everything that happened in the regular season. You've been making the jokes about the banners being raised. But I do believe that something is to be said with losing the way they did to be a wake-up call,
Yes.
and they need to. Because
I'm taking a positive out of it because ultimately in this town, if they had played close and lost, or God forbid they won that game, they might try to run it back again.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. They might try to do the whole run it back Yankees thing, and they're not that kind of team in the NBA.
No.
But I worry. I do. I worry that if they don't get help, when Cade has a chance, he might be going to one of those 3 teams down in Texas because we know his roots.
No, listen, we're a couple years away from that, but that's always in the back of my mind, Chris, and you're not wrong for saying it. And
Clock is ticking.
I don't want to sell panic to anybody because Cade has ingratiated himself to Detroit, and Detroit has ingratiated themselves to him. I want him to be here forever, but this is the NBA, and things change quick, and players have more control than any other sport. You got to go. And I'm sorry. If Cade said, "Don't you dare trade Tobias, or I'll throw you down a flight of stairs at the trade deadline," well, there's your mulligan. Right. But you wasted a year here where you could have made a run to the finals.
And then it gets to a point where, as Steve was saying, look, Players just want out. I'm not going to win here. And then they force the team to make a deal, and now you got to try to salvage as much as you can. But we've seen it time and time again where all of a sudden I'm just not happy anymore, and I want to leave.
And again, we're
it's
years
Kevin
from
Durant
it,
or whoever.
But I'm not mad when a caller like Chris brings it up because that's the reality of the NBA, sadly. And you could love a player, do everything for a player, and all of a sudden they wake up in a bad mood and they ask for a trade. I mean, we've seen it. I don't have anything to prove that's the case here. I think Cade likes it here, and Lord knows this town likes him. But man, he needs help. And if Trajan goes out and has one of these empty suit off seasons, no, dude, at that point, then I'd start looking and going, what am I doing here? I mean, Cade has a top 3 usage rate in the league. And the difference between Jaylen Brown, Joel Embiid, and Cade plays 42 minutes a night. The other two play 32 minutes a night. He's breaking his back for this franchise. How about you get him some help that again, I don't need the Joe Dumars Fieldhouse All-Stars. Can we get the man a legitimate bucket getter?
Well, speaking of Joe Dumars, maybe you work out something with the Pelicans.
Murph?
Yeah.
I'd look.
They
he'd be.
Weaver likes JD.
Oh, God, yeah, and Langdon worked there. I want marketing. I want the goods. I don't want the might be. I want the is. I want the marketing with Cade and what it would do for Duran and 7-1 versus 6-8. Marketing is so gifted. I want the real McCoy. I'm so tired in this town of having to settle. We never go after the guy. We go after the guy who's almost the guy. It's like a parent. They can't buy you what you really want for Christmas, so here, take this booby prize.
The Hydrox.
Right, I want Oreos. Just buy the real things. You're saving 6 cents.
Fruitios.
You know what I'm saying.
I know what you're
All right, 97.1. Listen, if you're thinking about upgrading your ride, Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights, one of the biggest selections of Buick and GMC vehicles in Michigan, and even Denali's are in stock. Moran, they make the process simple. So whether you need the capability of a Sierra, the room and comfort of an Acadia or Yukon, or the luxury feel of a Denali, they have you covered. MoranExpress.com, you can shop the entire catalog, but also schedule your certified service. Get that free loaner vehicle. It's Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights, where you always get the best price, period. You can visit them online, Van Dyke, just south of 18 Mile, or shop anytime. MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, get to the people momentarily. David, just a quick check of the text. What's kind of the latest round of feedback?
Yeah, Jason in Detroit says, I'm glad the Pistons are done because the sooner the false hope ends, the better. The more we win, the more tickets and merch they sell. That just gets us more of the same.
Agree.
Make a real move.
I think, and again, let me try to be nice. It's Monday. By Friday, I'm sure I won't be. I just think there are two types of fans. I think if you want a championship and you want what's best long term, you're actually in a twisted way okay with what went down last night. Mm-hmm. Now, I think if you're just kind of a dopey, well, see, that's not nice. If you're just good time, Kenny,
that like 2 sentences into, I'm not going to be mean. You're a dope.
Let me try again. Or you're the type of casual good times person, team whiz bang pow winning fun, and it's like, well, you don't even understand the league. Then maybe last night really bothered.
See, I don't want to.
See, that didn't even sound.
No,
nice. I quit.
Because what I'm going to say is going to sound like fan gating, but if you're a newer fan, you're disappointed and you're angry, and this is unacceptable. Tom actually picked the Cavs to win this series. I got to give him credit for that.
He did.
He actually picked the Cavs.
And he'll tell you about it.
A lot of words.
This had to happen this way.
A lot of white.
This had to happen this way. It had to happen on your home court, because if this happens in Cleveland, you'll say, well, Cleveland they play that well. It had to happen this way. And you're right. I think that real fans, once you get past the bludgeoning of last night, yeah, we needed this.
This was the come to Jesus moment.
Now, if you're just rah-rah, car flag type of fan.
Dopey.
No, we're staying nice.
Those are dopey people. Come on.
Those are not dopey people.
They're
Mike.
dopey.
They're newer fans.
A lot of dope.
They're newer.
Being a dope doesn't have like any. You can be all shapes and sizes and be a dope.
That's factual. That's factual.
Let's keep it moving. David, one more, and then I'll get to the calls.
Sure can. Cade needs help. What I mean by that is we need a true point guard so that Cade isn't always the one bringing the block of the court.
All right. I understand that, but that is not on your top 2 offseason priorities. Your floor spacing is garbage. If you didn't learn that after this, I can't help you. Having another guard is not going to change the floor spacing. If you're intent on having Duren and paying him, you've got to have a stretch 4 that will then open up the paint, and it will take away what the Magic and Cavs did to you. They can't pack the paint, because if they do, they're going to get killed for 30 giving up corner threes. Guys, it's about spacing. Yes, I'd love to get another guard, but I'll give you an example. So let's say you trade for Murphy. Here's your problem. Let's say you want to go to New Orleans, and I'm spitballing. Just work with me, guys. All right, you got to have the dead body of Karis LeVert in there. You probably got to throw in another salary somewhere. Player no one cares about. Fine. Ron Holland, 3 first-round picks. Now you go get Murphy, but here's your problem. Pick 21 is no longer here. I can't go get that backup point guard. Like, you use that pick to find your Peyton Pritchard. I don't know where you procure it, because you've got to spend on Duren. You're going to acquire a player who makes a lot of money. And then there's this Asur Thompson thing that if he doesn't go in a deal to get a player, I have to extend him.
But see, that's why I think if you go with New Orleans, you can move Duren, because the guy who drafted him, he's going to be going back to play for that guy again. So he may be more willing, more receptive. Let me take a listen to what the Pistons are offering.
I don't think,
because I think I can do something with him. They just didn't unlock him. All right, the way I can.
Here's what I'll do, because I enjoy our lunch bets. They're fun. It's banter, and it goes up on the wall. I bet you 5 lunches. Duren ain't going nowhere.
Let me think about that.
If you're right, you get 5 lunches. If I'm right, I get 1. No. I'm offering you 5 to 1.
I understand. I'm just saying.
Okay.
Let me.
Jeez, I thought I offered him 5X. You just sign up for it.
No. I get. If he's gonna move, it's gonna be to New Orleans.
Okay.
And I could see New Orleans doing something where they, you know what? They're trying to get rid of Jalen Duren. This is a steal.
Okay.
We could get him.
Let's go to Matt, 97.1. Matt, how you doing, buddy?
How's it going, man?
Good. What's
you
on
guys
your mind?
hanging in there today?
Yeah. What's up?
Love your show. Great takes. Been listening for a couple hours, and I just, kind of what I think a lot of the comments that have come in already. I mean, that was a gut punch last night, and I was worried about that game. I know we had just gone into Game 6 and handled them pretty well. Cade was gassed. He looked like his tank was empty the second that game started. I mean, did you guys ever notice that? Like just even some of his driving the lane shots, it almost looked like he was in slow motion, or like, okay, I clearly don't have anybody I can trust I can pass the ball to, so I just got to do it myself. And Cleveland figured it out. They started doubling him. After Game 2, and if you want to look at a pivotal moment in that series, we were up by 7 with 45 seconds left in Game 5. How do we lose that game? If we pull that out and don't let it go to overtime and lose, there isn't a Game 7.
Oh, that's
right.
a 7-game series. Cleveland has the same opinion about Game 1 and 2. They were tied and up 2 in the fourth quarter and blew both games.
True, that's true. But I agree. I think he needs some horses. It reminds me of Jordan's early years. It took him 8 years to win.
Yeah, he didn't win a playoff series until Scottie Pippen showed up.
No, even the series against Boston where he scored 63, Larry Bird called him like God out there.
Yeah, didn't win.
Still got swept. So I personally would love to see them make a play for Giannis. I think he's 31. He's 6'11". He's a big forward.
But again,
get 25 out of him.
I want to caution you on that. Matt, he's a hell of a good player. He doesn't fix your floor spacing, brother. That's another non-shooter, basically. So again, I'll take any suggestions, and all NBA players don't grow on trees. But Matt, that ain't helping you. Now you're adding a big who can't shoot next to a big who can't shoot. Do you realize Jalen Duren here? Let's have some fun. How many shots over the course of this magic carpet ride regular season? How many shots did Jalen Duren take outside the paint in an 82-game regular season? The closest guess to this gets lunch during the Tiger Day game Thursday.
I think it must be something ridiculous, so I'm going to say 3.
Okay, Rico says 3. David?
I'm going to say 10.
Okay, 10. Kenny Cott? He says 5? 5. Okay. Well, you didn't give him quite enough credit, but David's closest. So David is going to get catered lunch Thursday. He took 36 total shots in 82 games outside of the paint. And now you want to add Giannis. That's not the fit, guys. That's not the fit. Giannis has got to go somewhere where they have all the shooters, and they need an inside presence. Sorry.
Thought this was a trick question.
It's not a trick. 36 is still terrible.
I'm still going to, let's take the bet.
I also thought it was a trick question.
You're in. Let's do the bet.
Yes.
We're doing it.
We'll do it live.
Last time one of us went in on the bet, guess what happened?
And Sting will play us out. Hey. All I know is I tried.
So this means no more Crystal Cathedral?
No, it's over.
Nah, man.
Not even broken glass?
Wow. All right, this is your reminder to check in daily every day during the NBA playoffs. FanDuel serving up happy hour, special drops, bonus bets, all kinds of stuff for the conference finals. FanDuel.com/Michigan to get started. 21 and up, present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions do apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. If you have a gambling problem, you call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. TJ, please. Can we say that is chalk loaded? I assume we have some basketball ones as well.
Oh, yes, we do. We got every sport.
Okay.
I'll touch upon every sport,
Let's
Mike.
do it.
But let's just go with the latest news. Can we say that somehow or another the Pelicans may have made a huge mistake in hiring Jamal Mosley?
It's Joe Dumars, Troy Weaver, now Jamal Mosley, a coach whose players hated him. Let's hire him. Look, we need to. This is a mission of mercy. We have to go save Trey Murphy from this. They're the worst organization.
I was about to say, does this move now help the Pistons? Because I don't know how everybody's going to fit with the new coach. Don't care.
Yes, maybe.
Oh,
sort of. Look, I don't care. Just call. I almost view New Orleans like these commercials where you're like, for $10 a day, you can feed this starving child. Like, here, take these draft picks, nibble on those. Give us a player. Clueless organization.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say it's a total disaster because he did take Orlando to the playoffs 3 straight years, and New Orleans can't crack anywhere close to that. So if he takes them to the playoffs somehow, then they did the right thing. But for the player portion, yeah, that might be a problem.
Can't wait for David's life advice book called Lowering the Bar.
It's New Orleans.
Play the song. All right.
Well, your marriage isn't that bad. A book by Pastor David Hall.
She did come back to you.
Trust me, your neighbor's situation is worse. Volume 3. All right.
She only cheated on you once.
A book by David Hall.
All right, New Orleans, whatever. Doesn't matter what you do.
Look on it. There's that. That's exactly how the league office feels. They're irrelevant.
Guys, can we say the NBA title we won in the series in the West? This is it.
It's not even close. It's a lack of high-end talent. It's a lack of depth. It's a lack of process. It just, whoever wins the Western Conference will be minus 500 in that series, if not more.
Well, the Pistons had a great shot because they
would have beat the Knicks
in the regular season. I can't even say it with a straight
They would have
face.
beat the Knicks and they would have got to the finals.
Unless they were driving one of Dan Gilbert's buses and happened to run over SGA, they have no shot.
I wish it will never happen. But Adam Silver, when they give away the Western Conference trophy, just give the Larry O'Brien as they're doing that.
I'm saving on travel costs.
You gave us the wrong trophy. No, I didn't. Just take the trophy. Yeah.
It's
I know
2
what I'm
for
doing.
1.
I know what I'm doing. Yeah, we're just gonna save costs. What was the Sacramento owner?
You mean Trailblazer?
Trailblazer. We're just gonna be cheap about things. Guys, can we say that is it too early to change our expectations upon the Detroit Tigers?
Ooh, good one. Yes and well, I don't want to be stony, but it's yes and no. Yes, it's too early because by math, you have 100+ games left. But the other issue in this is it's not too early because you're a third of the way through and comprehensively nothing's working. Now the injuries play a role, but the main issue is the lineup depth wasn't there before. And if that has any injuries, which they haven't really had the last couple of years, now you're seeing it for what it is. Look, this week is pivotal. You get a 4-game set with Cleveland, who has 3 games in hand, and you're 5.5 out. Trick around. You could be 9-10 games out. I want to watch this 4-game set. I mean, Rico, they haven't won a series in what feels like a month. So
The last 4 series.
It's not too early, but it's getting late. Does that make sense? I just want to give them a little bit more grace. They got Mize back. They're getting Will Vest back. And then there's these weird outliers where, they're, top 10 in batting average. And you're like, right, but they suck. They're averaging less than a home run a game. They can't hit home runs, save their lives.
See, for Game of Thrones fans, you say winter is coming. No, winter is here. You can already say that it's a problem here for the Detroit Tigers. It's almost June, and you're going further and further back. And what do you have to wait for this series for? They're going to lose it, so we already know.
No, I can't do that. You have arguably the only 3 human beings that are healthy and any good pitching in this series.
But you just said it, though. They can't hit a home run to save their life, and now they have all this ground to make up with all the losing.
All right, F it. Season's over. Look, I'm trying here. They're only 5.5 out.
Sorry.
Like, if they were in the NL West and they were 11.5 out, it'd be a different conversation.
Correct.
This next one's for all of you guys, but really for Kenny. Kenny,
yes, sir.
Can we say we saw probably the most epic collapse of a hockey team in Game 6 by Montreal?
What, 8 straight goals? You have a problem with
7
that?
straight.
Oh, that's
they were up 3-1.
normal?
7 straight goals.
What's the big deal?
I don't know. Yes, that was an epic collapse. Something that you don't usually typically see in
What was
playoff
a worse home performance in a closeout? Montreal at the Bell Center giving up 7 straight to lose 8-3, or the Pistons going out and literally bleeping in the middle of the street and losing by 40?
That's a push.
That's a dead heat.
I'm going to go see the Magic, who's just stopped shooting and making baskets in a closeout game.
Yikes.
David,
By the way,
I'm in
hockey
that one.
playoffs have been incredible. For
They
all the
have.
slander we offer about the poverty status of the league and that absolute government cheese network they operate, listen, the playoff action's been phenomenal. It really has.
We are all Buffalo fans now. That's what I've learned from this.
I kind of want Buffalo to win it out of spite to Steve.
Yes.
That's kind of what I want.
100%.
And I want Miroslav Shatan to come out of retirement for one game.
Maxima Finneganov's
Yes.
coming back.
Bring Satan back. Yes.
Well, that is a drop, please.
That's fantastic for a pastor. Oh, my. Pat LaFontaine.
Let me just try to clean this up.
Nah.
Can we say that the Knicks will need Anunoby in order to win this series against Cleveland?
I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no because Cleveland and you is a Spider-Man thing. You do it differently, but you're flawed equally, right? The Knicks are playing such a high level of basketball. Do I trust Cleveland over a 7-game run where they don't have the margin they had against you? I don't trust them there. And again, James Harden last night, 9 points. He's missing 8 billion free throws. It was terrible.
They were trying to get him like, here, no, James, hit this shot. Okay, get the rebound. Kick it back out to James. All right, James, it's not your night.
No, I think it's Knicks in 5. That's where I'm at.
All right, we'll have more of this later on in the show. Can we say that 97-1?
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. The Tigers transferred Tarek Skubal's rehab from Lakeland to Detroit. Cody Stavenhagen said he looked good warming up today before they moved his pen indoors because of the weather. It was a normal day 2 session, though, where he used all his pitches, marking the second time he's thrown off a mound post-injury. Troy Melton expected to throw another rehab start tomorrow in Lakeland as well. It would have been up to Toledo if not for the weather. They're hoping to stretch him out to 65 to 75 pitches. Tigers hope to be back on the field tonight against the Cleveland Guardians, who sit atop the AL Central. Cleveland's pitching has been their strength per usual, but they have Slade Ciccone on the mound today. He's been a bit of a roller coaster. Framber Valdez starts for Detroit after he went 6+ coming off his suspension last week. 6:40 the first pitch. Right here on 97.1, Guardians switch-hitting outfielder Angel Martinez was just named the American League Player of the Week after hitting 4 homers. Pistons beat writer Amari Sankofa wrote a piece in the Free Press today going over all the potential offseason moves. One of the sub-headlines, will Trajan Langdon go star hunting? Quote, they likely will be connected to big names around the league, such as Utah Jazz forward Lauri Markkanen, though Utah just traded for Jaren Jackson Jr. to pair with Markkanen, end quote. Langdon is set to speak to the media tomorrow. Michigan basketball announced they'll take a tour through Lithuania and Croatia this August. According to On3, former Jacksonville Jaguars coach Urban Meyer has lost his grievance against the team. He was attempting to collect the remaining balance of his deal even after his 2021 firing. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
Five o'clock. Great to have everybody with us on a Monday. And these are the moments, unfortunately, in 2026, we have to offer a PSA. Don't panic. Don't turn the channel. And don't hurl ethnically insensitive things at your radio. Okay? I'm going to say something, and there's no malice. It just requires you understand why. Okay? No hyperbole.
It's a heck of a setup.
No, not that. No rage baiting. Right. None of it.
Shout out Ole Miss.
NC State's football helmets. You know that's what that drop was about. Their white Mr. Woofy helmets are better than the matte black ones.
Oh, I thought it was the Ole Miss LSU.
Yeah. Shout out Lane. Yikes. Kind of stepped in that. I'm just going to say this. I didn't like what happened last night in Game 7. I loved it. And you go, oh my God, what a bleep. Hear me. Hear me. My perspective has been, you're fake. You're not a championship team. Meaning, what's this all for? It's performative. Last night, rather than lose in a heartbreaker, where your front office and players could actually think they're close to something, blobbity blue, no. As Rico so eloquently put this, as a man of the Harvard Society, you got hit with an effing garbage can. And that allows your front office to not play slap and tickle and make balloon animals all summer. They have to now admit Cade needs real help, and we have to get off our asses and do it, because your effort and your toughness and your defense, it's cute in the regular season. You're never getting beyond this point as currently constituted. Mm-hmm. Ergo, I'm thrilled that you got absolutely smoked. Not only because I got to look at Sad Mason all fourth quarter, but it forces your team to go bold. You deserve it as fans. Most of you don't realize it, but you deserve it. You've gone 25 years without a championship. Okay? 23 to be exact. Whatever. Cade needs help. Cade deserves it. You, the paying customer, deserve it. This team is cute. But the time for cute is over. Rico, we talked about that. They made the playoffs last year.
Yeah.
Last year was a total mulligan. I didn't yell. I didn't scream. It was bitterly disappointing because I went, damn, they could have beat the Knicks.
No, because last year, Mike, every game was a battle. Every game came down to the final couple of possessions, and that's when you start thinking, okay, we're close. Maybe if we tweak this thing. But as you just said, if that Game 7 would have ended on a Donovan Mitchell three-pointer, like how he beat the clock at the end of the first quarter, if you lose it that way, you know what? Man, it's a tough break, but I think we got all the pieces in place. Losing it the way that you did forces everybody down at Pistons headquarters to take a really deep look at this team and realize maybe we weren't as good as we thought we were.
And that's
we
what
may
I
have
want.
been the fakest 1 seed ever.
Maybe, but that's what I wanted. Because when you move away from play the song and the belt and all the BS, and you look at playoff basketball, all right, this is the only thing that matters.
Yeah.
Lion fans have already gotten to this point. They've already had the 15-2 fantasy. That was never real.
Yeah.
And then they got their taste in the playoffs. The Tiger fans are starting to get a sense of what it's going to take. Red Wing fans, forget it. That's a loss.
But see, I think for the Tigers, it was the other side of the coin.
Yes, they got seduced.
Because you lost this close game to Seattle. And oh my goodness, if we would have just got this one hit, we have the core in place.
Ready? McKinstry's an all-star.
Yeah.
Javi's an all-star. Okay.
But we were talking, and I forgot which one, either David or Kenny, or Evan, I think, told me. And I was like, man, it's so simple, but it's true. To show you how the playoffs are different than the regular season, you won 60 games in the regular season. You won 7-7. You went 500 in the playoffs.
Well, and that's the other thing is people take this the wrong way. I'm not being mean or being a penis about it. I laughed at people who celebrated like a 3-1 comeback to a play-in team who lost their second best player. I don't want them getting away with that. The bottom line is the message wasn't sent then that you were fake. It's sent now. That was a disgrace last night. And look, if you want to nerd out about the game, we can, because 3 words for you corrupted the entire evening. Off-ball defense. You want to nerd out, we can. Your coverage on screens, your off-ball help where guys simply were not even showing help. Forget about the recovery. You don't have to recover if you never leave. You were playing drop cover at midcourt. I'm going, what are you doing? Yeah. I mean, Karis LeVert and Tobias were sent to destroy you last night. If you want to nerd out about basketball, my point is the long form, it's time. And I'm happy because it's time. I can take it serious. I couldn't wrap my arms around this because what was it going to end up in? Okay, here. You're going to the finals against the Thunder or Spurs. Do you want to go into the wood chipper ass first or balls first?
No.
Pick. It's splatter regardless.
But then you could say,
Kenny didn't like that. Kenny did not like that.
Look at what we did.
It was awful.
We made it here, and we could just keep this thing together, and maybe if,
Yeah. The Detroit thing is what you're describing.
Yeah.
And I hate the Detroit thing. For all franchises.
No. You needed this at LCA in front of your home crowd to be embarrassed, guys. So much so that Cleveland could have opted not to play and not to score and just do the old North Carolina 4-corner drill and just get shot clock violations, and you still would have lost the game by 5.
He's right. You're lucky they missed 16 free throws last night. You may have lost by 50. The point is, while it sucks in the short term, I'm thinking long term. And I do not like fake teams. I don't like them in any sport. They're offensive to me because you got to deal with dingling fans who don't want to live in reality. And it upsets me because we all should be on the same page. We want a championship. How do we get there? Talent. Effort and defense raise your floor and cripple your ceiling. Talent wins. That's the NBA. It's been that way since the 50s. Talent wins. You need talent desperately. Now, how do you go get it? What do you do? The Duran conversation. We're here for all of it. The JB stuff is a little different. Did not like, look, I don't vibe with JB Bickerstaff's antics. It's not for me. It's just not for me. And that's not a crime. If you love him, love him. I laugh. I personally think it's quite hilarious that a coach who's never made it out of the second round acts like he's Red Auerbach. I don't get it. Again, not for me. Whether it's complaining to the refs nonstop, what he said after the game, though, I just, Rico and I both looked at each other and went, really? That's your takeaway after getting dusted by 50 at home? Okay. David, do you want to play the audio? Why don't we just do it all right here, and then we can open up the phone lines for the people, as I'm pretty sure a thunderbolt is just about to hit the building and collapse everything. David, play the JB Bickerstaff. It's unacceptable. Except you lost by 40 at home. I come on, man. Yeah. You know what you can say? I love these guys. It's the best group I've ever coached. I adore this locker room. I hate the way the season ended. I'm proud of them, but that's a bitter pill in front of our home fans, and we just simply did not play up to our standard. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. I got 19,000 people who found what happened last night unacceptable. You've never been out of the second round. You're 16-25 in the playoffs. You're lecturing people on acceptability? Or are you Phil Jackson? I'm sorry, Rico. I just that stuff. I'm like, who is this guy?
No, and I get it. He's in his feelings, but yeah, you got to realize this wasn't a close game where people would have said, "Hey, maybe this player, that player." This thing was over at halftime.
You were up 2-0 in the series.
Yes.
Like, it is unacceptable to play that way in the seventh game. And guess what? Criticism comes with it. Yeah. But you made the playoffs last year. Why are we still acting like they were a 14-win team last year? They made the playoffs. They gave the Knicks hell.
Right, because I guess they're trying to soften the blow, but you're right. Sadly, even though you didn't get out the first round, I like last year's team playoff performance better than this year. Because this year,
I agree.
It was kind of fake. Like Orlando.
You got gifted the first round because Wagner died.
Yeah.
Call it.
But last year, it was like every game was just a battle, and
it felt
was
like
must-watch TV.
You felt like that was their learning curve. This year, no, I don't walk away feeling great about it because ultimately I thought Trajan sold them out. He didn't do enough in the offseason. No. And then look what happened. He got to the deadline. He basically kicked his feet up and went, we'll figure it out. He sold them out.
The next round of Coney's on me.
So any pathway you want to go, we're here for it. 248-539-9797. And obviously, the Duren conversation, we can have it. But I've given some stats, courtesy of CBS. Asor and Duren on the floor together produced a half-court offense in the playoffs that was 4 points per 100 possessions worse than the Brooklyn Nets. Tell me again you can play 3-on-5 and win a championship. Guys, that's factual statistics. Now, what do you want to do? Hey, look, you want to keep Duren, that's fine. But I'll tell you this, if you're going to go after a Markkanen or a Murphy, I'll tell you what those teams are going to ask for. They're asking for Asur Thompson. Mm-hmm. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just telling you, if I'm on the other end of the phone and I look at this roster, what the hell's Ron Holland? That's a plate of deviled eggs. Right. That's an appetizer. The guy's a DNP CD. Mm-hmm. You want me to give up my best player and Ron Holland? What the hell's a Ron Holland? Ron Holland's an idea. Just like on draft night where I said, listen, I'd rather risk it for the biscuit than take some 22-year-old, Chris Farley college graduate. Give me Ron Holland. I'm good with it. 2 years in, the guy couldn't help me a lick. Well, then why the hell is someone else going to pay through the nose?
No, he's just going to end up on another G League team, and maybe you hope and cross your fingers that in another year or two, here's how low the bar is. Maybe he can be as productive as Dennis Jenkins.
Your hope for Asur Thompson is kind of that Pascal Siakam hero arc. You get this freakazoid athlete who's disruptive, but you're not sure if he can play, and it's like, all right, a couple years later it blossomed. Mm-hmm. Hey man, I'm trying to give you a pathway. I think Asur's interesting in that if I could teach him one skill, he becomes infinitely valuable.
Oh no, Mike, I think if I had to pick between the two, I'm keeping him because his defense is just locked down. Cleveland's coach says, hey, we stayed away from him. That's the ultimate compliment.
Well, then the question becomes, can you roll with Beef Stew and Paul Reed and you move on from Duren? Look, I'm not saying it. I'm asking it. I don't know. I just know after what went down last night, they ain't having a pizza party at Piston Central. No. And that's what I wanted. Wake up.
Right. It's going to be, it was a very difficult day because you couldn't even say, well, it was kind of.
Also, you need to check if there aren't UFOs in the sky and the world's about to end because, wow. Okay, it was sunny like an hour ago. All right, Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Northville's Michigan's Trex Superstore. The brand new warehouse is simply phenomenal. If you're a contractor and you're not doing business with them, you're wasting time and you're wasting money. Selection, service, price, nobody competes with these guys. Stu's a maniac. Get out, shake some hands, buy some product. Full window program, too, by the way. That's Northville Lumber. You go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. $97.1. David, text communications. Also, we have an update to the Rieger drop. Did you hear his new line? I just heard this during the break.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not going to say it because Kenny will make me a drop, but there's a new one for us. We'll get there. David, what do you...
Nope.
That's not it. That's decidedly not it.
That's amazing.
That's not it.
Wait, what was that?
That's also not it. All right. Okay, bad idea. David texts about Game 7, and then we go to the people.
Jamal from Detroit says we need to upgrade at the 2 and the 4, and one of them needs to be an all-star caliber player. Tobias and Duncan should only be playing 15 to 20 minutes off the bench.
Well, again, the real Tobias Harris stood up. The real playoff Tobias. 8 points a game over the last 4 games. Didn't make a shot. So he had his vision quest. He gave you the 20. Remember, he was about a 13-point-a-night guy in the regular season. If Tobias wants to come back on a vet minimum, maybe a mid-level exception. I wouldn't mind it. But he's got to be the number 3. This is the problem, though. If he's your third option, how are you paying your fourth option $40 million a year?
You're not.
Well, it might be wonky. But for a year, they could try. Rico, look.
No, I understand what you're saying, but this is some executive of the year type of maneuvering. If you could pull this off, and I don't have the faith that they can pull this off. I have the faith that they're going to end up overpaying for somebody, and we'll be stuck.
Well, it'd be Duren.
It'll be the shell game, and in the end, okay, how do we get stuck?
I just know if they acquire a stretch 4, like a Larry Markkinen, that'll make Duren worth $40 million. The spacing alone will allow him to go to a new level, and it'll fix this playoff problem. Mm-hmm. You get Markkinen out there, teams can't do what they're doing to him.
Right, but I think in order to get him, that means you're going to lose Sarr. So you're losing a lot on defense.
And you're going to lose Beef Stew.
So now you're losing a lot on defense. So now you're going from a team that tough, gritty D. You're going to have to outscore people.
Well, you mean you're going to modernize?
Yes, that's what it's called.
What's the doctor's name in Back to the Future? 88.7 gigawatts or whatever. I mean, welcome back to the future. Yeah, man. Jeez.
See, but here's the problem that I have with what you said, is that if you pay Duren $40 million,
I'm not.
But you're saying the whole marketing would make it worth it. That's why I don't want to pay him $40 million in the first place. Somebody else has to make it worth it.
David, let me be very clear with you.
I know you're saying
I don't want to do these things. I'm trying to operate in a framework of reality.
Correct.
I have bet Rico he gets 5 lunches if Duren isn't here. I get 1 if he is.
Come on.
I don't think there's any way he's not here.
Come on, Troy Weaver.
Okay, to the people. We'll go to Brady, 97.1. Brady, how you doing?
Good. How's it going, guys? First time on your show.
Hey, Brady.
Welcome, Brady. What's going on?
So I'm a football guy, and my biggest critique of Brad Holmes is, not making the big move, just like all the GMs here. And I'm wondering if Langdon goes out and, say, gets a Markkinen or a Trey Murphy, are you crowning him as the best GM in the city right now?
Great question. I still would lean Brad Holmes based on taking the Lions from the bottom to being a star-laden, consistently good team. He would be number 2 for me. How about that?
Really? No, you know what? I think he would jump to number 1 for me.
Yeah, I wouldn't put up a fight. I'm answering Brady's question. It would be close, but he'd certainly go top 2.
And then Rico, you think Fears is going to the league, or you think he's going back to MSU? That's my second question.
You know what? If he has another, is the camp over? Because I think he's like 50-50 right about now, because he had a couple of good games, which leads him to think that he could play, and his brother got drafted.
Brady, let me help you. If he's smart, he goes back to school and makes $4 million. If he's dumb, he goes pro and he plays for the G League Sparkles or whatever. I think it's insane for a guy like him to go pro. He's got to prove he's an NBA player. He's a very good college player, and right now it pays to be a good college player.
Well, and I guess if this is true, according to Shams, he said that Fears is a second rounder.
Yeah, good luck. Enjoy. You got it, Brady. Enjoy Spain, Jeremy. No, my point is, Yaxel was a late first-round pick, not a second.
Right.
And he still made the right move to go to Michigan, get paid to do so, elevated his draft stock. Now he's going to, I almost future casted, he's going to play for the OKC Thunder. A grown-ass man who can just go right to a contender and be a good bench player.
Right.
Jeremy Fears, you're a second-round pick, kid.
Well, no, he went there and actually had some good games. And I think that everybody expected him to fall on his face, and he didn't. And then he's got his brother saying, hey, man, you could do this.
Yeah, right.
And, yeah, he's thinking about it. But, yeah, I guess if this is correct, Shams, his grade was he's an early second-round pick.
Non-guaranteed contract. Or you can make $4 million and give it another run.
Yeah.
And as long as you don't blow all the money on, lollipops and Bugattis, you're giving yourself a hell of a life. And guess what? He could probably file a petition. His feelings were hurt during COVID and come back again and make another $4 million.
Or they just do the 5 for 5 and he's a part of it. So
he can do whatever he wants.
No, he wouldn't even have to do that. You don't even have to lie anymore. I just want to say another year.
There you go. You're on the Hunter Dickinson plan. And you just come back to school. You make 4 this year, and the way NIL's going, I'll make 5 the next year.
$9 million. And
now all of a sudden go chase your dream. You put the money in a damn index fund. He'd never have to work again. The hell are we talking about?
Or go play overseas.
Yeah. Or leave now and be a second-round draft pick of the Utah Jazz and go play in Forgo, North Dakota.
He's betting on himself, Mike.
Okie dokie.
If he does that.
Take the money. Let's go to Jake, 97.1. Jake, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, Mike?
What's going on, Jake?
Tell me what you guys think of this. I don't know if I'm right or not, but, I sort of agree with you. This team was a big overachievers in the regular season, which I think is a credit to them, not really a knock on them. And I think, Trajan Langdon sort of agrees with that. And the proof is, I think Trajan was looking at the deadline. He's like, I can make a move here, but this team is not really one move away. That's at least not, they got to make a real blockbuster deal. And they really got to see what they have here. And I sort of think JB's on, he's along with that also. And that's sort of JB's saying is like, this season was, they're a 4 seed. They somehow overachieved with their record, but that's how they played in the playoffs. That's what they are. It was pretty much a positive season. That's how I look at it. What do you guys think of that?
I mean, it's fine to have that in the big view, but when you get drilled in Game 7 by 40 and you're sitting there telling people it's unacceptable to be negative, like, you know what, Jake? It's something you say in your locker room, and I think there's a better way to say it publicly. My biggest problem, Jake, is a lot of the stuff that flies here would never fly in a New York, a Boston, an L.A., a Miami. It wouldn't fly. Bickerstaff could never get to a podium if he was the coach of the Knicks, losing by 40 at Madison Square Garden, and talk about how anything other than positivity is unacceptable. Like I laugh at stuff.
Yeah, I don't appreciate that line of questioning.
Well, we don't appreciate the way you played. We'll call it even.
No, he was in his feelings. He sounded like he was almost crying. I mean, that's for sure.
Well, and Jake, that's the other thing. And look, for me, listen, JB Bickerstaff never needs to listen to a thing I have to say. I would offer 10 cents of advice. You may want to power down with how you're treating the officials, because if you think you're ever going to get a call acting like you're Red Auerbach and just berating officials for 48 minutes a night, newsflash, they don't know who you are. You've never been out of the second round. You're 16-25 in the playoffs. The refs look at you and go, "You done yet?"
Yeah, and my biggest fear over here is I really hope I'm right, but I just have the feeling, based on the pattern of Detroit sports the last 10, 15 years, Trajan's going to go into the offseason. I mean, this is the opposite of what I just said, but I just hope this is not true. And say, yeah, we're doubling down on our own. Asor Thompson's going to develop a three-point shot and a layup somehow.
Oh, dear.
And Jalen Durden, we're paying him the max deal, and we're going to develop and look to our own. And that's the end of our Pistons. That was a nice little run we had there.
Jake, I really hope you're wrong, and I'm going to stay positive. I think, and I don't mean this in a nasty way, I think you're wrong. Trajan Langdon is too intelligent. He's too well thought of in the league, and he's a former player. Sitting there last night as a former player, yes, off-ball defense was terrible. Yes, effort. They quit late third quarter. Talent was the problem. You have guys that should be working at Pep Boys. You need talent. Like, that's it. Talent wins in the playoffs.
He's right, you know.
That's all I'm saying. All right, take him to church, will you please?
All right. Well, you know what? It may be the storm of the century outside, but you know what? I don't care, because I'll be watching the NBA Western Conference Finals in my basement, designed and built for me by Matrix Basements. They can do the same thing for you. And look, you've been teetering about this. You've been postponing it in the paralysis. You've been talking about getting your basement done for the last couple of months, or maybe the last couple of years. Man, just make the phone call, or even better, just go online at matrixbasements.com and let their award-winning design staff come up with the basement for you, the man cave that you've been dreaming about. If you can think about it, they can make it happen. It's simple. They did it for me, and I absolutely love it. They can do the same thing for you. End your paralysis right now. Go to matrixbasements.com and let that award-winning design staff hook you up, whether it's a totally unfinished basement like mine was or you're adding on a new room. Matrix Basements, design that pays off.